Hello, welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. 6'7", Jabberwocky, great to see you both. Can you pet the vending machine? Not yet, but maybe. We'll think about it. I'll write it down. Jabberwocky says, egrets are herons, everyone. Yes, we did discuss that briefly last week, but thank you for the reminder. Let's see. Just updating my notes here. So I got a lot done. I got a lot done last weekend after the stream ended. We found a couple bugs during the stream. There was a screen where on the library screen, I tried to type look book drop and that didn't work, which was an oversight. And actually, I'm glad I tried that because it led me to the discovery that we're occasionally getting the egret sound. I forgot about that. I had some code that was incorrect on that screen. It's a little distracting. We'll leave it, I guess. It's funny. I was not checking if the Dropbox was open before doing certain actions. I think that was the issue. Basically, I wasn't checking the state of the scene before doing certain things, so it was possible to like reach in and get the soup bone out of the Dropbox even if you had already done that. It was possible to look in the Dropbox and see a description that made it sound like there was something jammed in there even after taking the soup bone out. So all that has been fixed now. And also you can look book drop and various other appropriate things while it is closed as well as open. I also tried to do fill can with water in the bathroom, and that didn't work. And again, I'm glad I tried that because like that's a normal way to like try to do that action. Thank you, Jabberwocky. I like this one a lot. I can't remember where it's from, but it is very cozy. So fill can with water didn't work because the way I had set up that screen, you had to use watering can to refer to the watering can. And I did that specifically because I was worried that the way the text parser works, it's very limited. It's difficult to deal with. And I was concerned that if I allowed can, then something like, I wrote down this example. The best thing I could come up with, cancel filling. No one is ever going to type cancel filling. But if they did, that would be interpreted the same way as fill can with water because it includes the verb fill and the noun can. But, you know, obviously that's not what we want. But since probably no one is going to type that, I'm not going to worry about it unless someone runs into that in playtesting. I'm not going to sweat it. Like, I think it's better to interpret can as referring to the watering can. So you can use that now and get the appropriate action. I also added a scoring system. I was debating a little bit whether to start that on stream or not, but I decided it was not going to be interesting enough. I will kind of talk about, once we start working on stuff, I will talk about how I set that up exactly and some of the details around it. I have decided not to keep track of deaths. There was always going to be a little complicated because in order to do something like that, I would have to create my own way of resetting the game after you die. And that was going to be complicated. And then when I started doing the scoring system, I realized that if we're doing the game this way, so you're like collecting deaths, like we don't want the score to reset when you die, right? And then we also need to, you know, have a variable that keeps track of your deaths across all the times you die, whereas all the other variables and like object locations and stuff would need to reset every time you die. Jabberwocky, thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. So basically, like, we want to reset almost everything, but not certain variables that keep track of like your score and deaths. And I realized that that was just going to get really complicated. If we had more control over variable names, so I could keep those like all named in a consistent way, then that might seem more manageable. But I think it's not worth. That is maybe something I will consider for the Playdate version of the game. But for this version, I think it's just too messy. I almost forgot about this, but I improved the help and credit screen, which I will show off as well. And let's do that now, in fact. The help screen in particular was very, very rough. It was just a bunch of text previously. But now we have something slightly fancier. Got some help text over here and some buttons here. So here's all the initial help text, and then there's additional text. And previously, I had a prompt to type more to continue to the next screen. But I decided like we can do that, and it'll work. But we'll just have the buttons over here, and I think the buttons are obvious enough that people will understand to just click on that to continue to the next screen. So then you get to the next screen, and then you just have a back button to take you back to the game. So I think that'll work out pretty well. Oh, and then one thing I did there that isn't super obvious, I actually split both credits and help into two different scenes. Previously, I would just output more text, but I decided it was maybe a little nicer looking if we go to a different scene. It just gives me a little more control over the presentation of everything. And I think I like that better. So here's the credits. Maybe the only downside is that you can't scroll back up to the previous screen, but we could add a button to go back to the previous screen. I just have to figure out the button labeling because we already have back to go back to the game. Maybe that could be close instead. I don't know. But here again, we have a screen, and then we click more, and then we go to the rest of the credits, and then back to go back to the game. So I think that works pretty well. And then let me talk about the scoring system a little bit. So while we're in here, you can type score correctly to see your score. There's currently a total of 22 possible points. That's not necessarily final. Oh, right. Another thing that I spent a lot of time on that I almost forgot to mention is I finally made a list of every single variable in the game. Let me see if I can get this on screen real quick. Notes. Okay, well, that's a little cut off at the top, but that's okay. We won't worry about it. Okay. Wait. Okay. Studio mode is so confusing. Studio mode in OBS lets me do things and see what I'm doing before you all see what I'm doing, which is nice, but there's things about it that are a little confusing. Okay, so here's my document. I decided if I'm going to document this stuff in a consistent way to like help me keep track of things, like I might as well be thorough about it, right? The thing I've thought about is when I'm done with the game, I will probably put it on like GitHub or something. And I think I'll even go so far as to like because like the game itself is just a application basically, and every time we edit it, we're like modifying resources of the application. So like you can't really, without World Builder itself, peek at the code. But I think something I'll do is when I'm done, I'll like export each like scene code and the global code and everything, and just into just a text document or something, so people can just kind of look at how this game is built without having to necessarily download World Builder. And then I'll also include stuff like this that kind of explains how certain things are set up. I just think it'd be fun. So at the top, I just have some notes about usage of variables in the game. Like it talks about how variables are just named like a letter, a number, and then a number sign. It talks about some limitations, like according to Ray Dunnican's documentation, a variable you haven't set yet is not equal to any number. So you need to check if it's less than 1. But that doesn't match with what I have found writing my own code for the game. I did another test the other day, and like if the variable hasn't been set, you can check it if it equals 0. But I put a note about it just in case, and I do in my code check if it's less than 1, because like either way that's gonna work. So it seems safer. Efton, hello. Bull just showed us there's Bundaberg ginger beer chips. Just popping in to let you know. Thank you for this knowledge. I don't know how I would. I bet they're not available in the U.S. I gotta write this down. Thank you. That sounds. I don't know if I would like that, but I'm extremely intrigued. Okay, so back to my variables. And then the last note is about how either B2 or B4 are dangerous and should not be used. They just one or both doesn't store data reliably. Maple Mystery, great to see you. Been busy and away. Missed so many of your streams. Started the Halloween VOD. Amazing costume and commitment to the spirit of the season. The lasagna is the cherry on top. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And I hope you had a great time at Adventure X. I would love to go to something like that someday. It seems like such a fun gathering of people with adventure game interests. I can imagine it would be a lot of fun to go to. Adventure X was really, truly wonderful. That's great. Okay, so I just have a list here of all the variables, like in order, like alphabetical, numerical. So B1 I use for a random book number. It's just something I use temporarily. So I always made a note of like exactly how each thing is used. Like it's temporary. It stores the number of a random book, and then I try to include location where it's used if that seems appropriate. And then, like, for example, we have cat conversation progress stored in C2. So that just keeps track of your conversation with Brisket. And then there's notes here about what each number means. Variables can only be set to a number, so you can't use a more obvious value that would be self-explanatory. So it's important to keep track of what each value means, which I had been doing in my notebook, but the notes on variables were just so scattered. I wanted it all in one place. So that's pretty much, you get the idea. This is one of our most important variables, keeping track of the player's location. Anytime you go to like a help screen or use the little sweetie, we need to know where to take you back to when you close that. So yeah, and then that's spoilers. I did make a list of all the things that give you points, which are stored in Z1. I did say eventually I'll publish this, but for now, I think I'm going to keep that list a secret, except I guess you'll have to go back and pause if you really want to see it. Also love London. Nice. I have never been to London. I have not been outside the US a lot. I've been to Paris, various places in Germany and Prague. And that's pretty much it outside the US. Oh, and of course, Canada. Like, Canada's like so close. Like, I almost don't think of it as a separate country. Like, you used to be able to go to Canada without a passport, even, which I really miss. Um, but yeah, I've been to Canada plenty of times, like Windsor, Toronto, etc. Okay, so that's all of that. And what's next? Next is working on some stuff, I think. So, oh, right. I was going to talk about the scoring system. So let's do that. Cancel. So I added the score command, which outputs your current score, which again is stored in the Z1 variable. I was initially thinking I would keep all the scoring related variables as Z number, but then I realized, oh shit, you only get 0 through 9. It doesn't go any higher than that, which wasn't really going to be enough. So they're kind of scattered about, and I have my notes to keep track of it, so that's fine. Oh yeah, I was also going to share this. I accidentally opened one of these, and I was like, I'm glad I did this. We have backups of like every major change in the game. Like, I've tried to make a backup every week, and sometimes more often if we're making significant changes. So like, this is the original bus stop drawing. It's very, very similar, but like some of the lines are a little more rough before I came back and cleaned them up. We're missing some details on this, the sign here and the schedule. This screen is kind of similar. Like, this bush I redrew at one point. I added more detail to the book drop. We added a sign here, and just lots of little minor improvements. And then this, I completely redrew at one point. Like, the column shape and like the basic like window shapes and stuff I kept, but I drastically changed the way the door was drawn and added the sconces and stuff. This one, the bushes here are significantly better now. They're still not amazing, but big improvement. We added a little depth to the greenhouse. I think the greenhouse is completely empty. Yeah. And that's all the rooms in this version of the game. I don't think you can go in the door yet. Yeah. I just wanted to share that. And that one is from March 31st. That was back when I thought we would finish this in 5 or 6 weeks. So the score system. First of all, an important thing is that when you go into presenting, just because of the thing I was talking about where variables might be set to something other than 0 initially, I make sure that if you're in the presenting screen for the first time, we want to set that Z1 variable to 0. So if you try the score command, you'll get 0 and not some weird number. Got to jump out for now. Have a great night. Thank you. Thank you so much for stopping by, and I hope you have a great night too. And then anytime we do something that gets us a point, let me check my list here. Like the book drop. That's a good one, I think. Oh, I didn't actually. So I had a little bit of a difficult time deciding what all should get you a point. And I ultimately kind of decided, I don't know if I was 100% consistent about it, but I decided that getting an item would not get you a point, whereas using an item would get you a point. Yeah, I was not consistent about this. Okay. This was definitely an unfinished project, and I wanted to kind of talk about this a little bit. If anyone has any thoughts on like scoring systems in adventure games and like what kinds of things should get you a point, I would be very curious. I do feel like typically getting an item would get you a point, but the thing I ran into was like it seemed like I wanted to have a little points jingle, which maybe we should get rid of that. It's just it. I was hearing that jingle so much. This is a pretty short game, and hearing it, 22 or more times throughout a short game, just it felt like it was maybe a lot. But also, I know how to do everything, so I'm playing through it quickly. Um, And then, in addition to hearing it a lot, there was also the concern of, sometimes an action has its own sound effect. So, like when you get the soup bone, well, no, I guess that's not a conflict, but there's other cases, um, like you can break a vase to find an item, and there's a vase breaking sound. But then we also have the points jingle to play. And it just feels like maybe a little too much. So I'm not sure what to do about that. But anyways, let's find an example. Okay, so if you search for the key, you get a point. So that's in the backyard. Sonneveld, good to see you. It would be neat if the jingle sample was based on the task being performed. So if you break a vase, the jingle is made up of breaking noises. That would be amazing, but probably a little too much for the limitations we're working within. Basically, I'd have to do a lot of different sound effects, and we are trying to keep this size down, and sound effects can get pretty big even if they're very short. You're welcome. So let's see. We're in the backyard code, and here's some points code. So in this case, it's an action that you can only do once. We already have a way to make sure you can only do it once. First, we check if dog chomping is in the scene and normal key is in storage. And if those things are both true, then you can click on the empty doghouse or type search, and it will move the normal key to the scene. So once the key is somewhere in the game world, it will never be in storage again. So basically, this check here is the important one that makes sure you can only get to this point in the code a single time in the game. So then we just increase the value of Z1, set it to itself +1. We play the point sound, and then we output some text that tells you found a key. So that's all pretty straightforward. There are some other cases where I'm pausing to think for a moment about whether or not I want to tell anyone about a thing I did, because it's kind of funny. I think I will, but if I feel like this is it's not really a bigger spoiler than anything else I do on stream, but if you want to come across a weird thing on your own, maybe skip ahead, cover your ears for 5 or 10 minutes. But I will talk about it. Let's see. It's in the bathroom. So we talked a little bit about how you should maybe have to wash your hands after you use the toilet. And that was a problem. We couldn't really do that because if you could get water out of the sink, then that would be a way to get water, and it would skip the whole toilet puzzle and make getting water a lot more straightforward, which would be a valid option, but I wanted to force people to get water out of the toilet because I'm a sicko, I guess. So then we talked about maybe perhaps attempting to wash your hands um, would be kept track of in some way as sort of a moral. You did your best. You tried to wash your hands, and the game recognizes that. So once we decided to add a point system, I thought that would be a funny thing to do. So there's a couple things like this where you get a point for some goofy thing that's not really necessary in the game, which I think is great. So if you try to wash your hands after using the toilet, you will get a point. And that is the only way to get a perfect score. So let's see. I'm trying to find the code here. But that's not all. Okay, so here's the code. If you type use, turn on, or run the sink, and this variable W3, which is a new variable I created specifically for keeping track of this point, then we set W3 to 2, which means you have gotten the point. And then we set Z1 to +1. We play the point sound, and it says, you try turning the sink handles, but nothing comes out. Still, you feel better knowing you tried. So, that's what happens after you use the toilet. You have to do this specifically after using the toilet, because otherwise, washing your hands when they're not dirty, that's good. If you feel they're a little dirty, but you haven't touched the toilet, so it's not strictly necessary. But what happens if you use the toilet again after you've washed your hands? You will lose the point. So let's see. Where's the code for that? I think it's up here. Okay, yeah. So W3, if you click the toilet flusher or type flush, then we check if W3 is less than 1. We set it to 1. So when it's set to 1, that means your hands are dirty because you touched the dirty toilet. And then if you try to flush when W3 is 2, 2 means that your hands are clean because you've tried to wash them. They're considered clean, even though you didn't actually wash them. So then we set W3 back to 1, and we subtract a point from your score. So if you do use the toilet again, you will have to wash your hands again. And now I'm done talking about this very ridiculous spoiler. Okay. So that's a general idea of how the scoring system works. In a few cases like that, I had to make a new variable just to keep track of whether you had a point or not. Another example is like getting the light bulb from the study. That's a thing you could potentially do more than once, like if you put it back. So that covers the stuff with the point system, and I think we're ready to work on stuff now. So we're going to continue to work on this storefront because we're not done with that. I think I will start with drawing more art. So we need to, let's check my sketch here. Okay. So we need to draw a nest and some tall grass around the egret. And maybe need like a horizon line back here, I suppose. And then we need to finish our soda machine, of course. And then we probably want a little shading in this area of the wall here. In fact, let's go ahead and experiment with that now. What do I want this to look like? Do I want a brick pattern? That might be too much. But let me fix this weird line doubling here. That didn't work. It's really hard to move things 1 pixel. What? Oh no. What? What? Huh. That was weird. I don't understand what happened there, but no. Throw that all in the garbage. It was bad. Like, it looked like when I dragged this out, I was grabbing something else. Oh, it's behind there. Okay, now it makes sense. So I want to bring that in front and then bring this in front. That's better. I kind of like having brick here, but I think the bricks are too small in this case. What? There we go, finally. It's not terrible. It looks too busy. So let's put scales on it. Perfect. Basket? Wait, what? Oh, I changed the pen. I don't think there's any other pattern that's going to look great. You know what's funny? I complained about how there's no pattern that's just lines. So I drew all these lines manually, and then I put a fill to, give it some shading, and it ended up looking almost exactly like this fucking pattern that I didn't want to use. And I think maybe I kind of like the way that pattern looks better than what I drew. So let's delete all this. So also, it'll save us a few bytes. And the scene will draw faster on your 128K Macintosh in particular. Oh, that give me shoot. We can fix that. I don't want that pattern down here. This part up here is like a metal shutter. So it's a bunch of metal pieces that, when you push it up, it would roll up along a curved track. So that's what I'm trying to indicate with this texture. But down here, this is all metal or cement. So I'm going to draw a separate piece for that. Oops. Trying to move my window to a better spot here. Now I got a doubled up line. That's not my favorite. Oh, okay. These should be behind. That's easy to fix. Oh, there's another line here. I see. All right, that's pretty good. And then we just need another box. Puzzle, hello. Thank you. Glad you like my egret. I'm very, very happy with how it turned out. We spent a lot of time on it, so I'm glad we finally got there in the end. I looked over at my iPad because I should give Puzzle a shout out. You were talking about streaming. I saw you on the December. I hope I'm not saying things you didn't want to announce publicly. But I saw you talking about streaming. But I don't know that you've committed to it yet. But if you want a shout out, I will give you one. Send it back. Okay, I think we want a little bit darker than that. Yeah? I don't like these two being the same. That one. Yeah, that seems fine. And then we need something different here. So maybe this texture? Just have a kind of cement wall? That's fine. Okay. So next, do we work on... Oh, this line's up here. I don't like that. Keep getting things lined up that I don't want to. So rude. Okay. Should we finish the area around the egret, or should we do the soda machine? I guess I don't really want to. The stuff around the egret seems a little harder to do. So maybe I should make myself do that first. Hinton, hello. When are you going to work on your world builder game? Right now. Thank you for asking. We are working on it right now. I hope you're doing well, Hinton. So, where is that file? It's called egret, I imagine. Oh no, I clicked too much. Egret 1. Look at all those egrets. Okay, let's save this in a new document. I want to keep track of all our progress, but now we need a new document. So we just have our current version. And then, this is tricky. I think we want the egret to be separate from the background, but we'll start out by doing it all together, and then, like, if I had layers to work with, I would definitely put the egret on a separate layer. But we don't have that. So we'll just draw it all together, and then we'll like extract the egret so we can paste that in as a separate shape, because we are going to have at least one separate state for the egret. If the puzzle here is that if you have a certain item, the egret will get mad and come after you. So we need the egret to, like, at minimum, like, look at you or something. Maybe we have the egret like flying all up in your face real dramatically. I haven't figured out what we're going to do there yet, but it will need to change. So I guess we'll just start working in this. I think this oval I drew for the nest is maybe a little too high up. Let's move that down. And then I need to look at my reference again here. So let's see, I goofed things up a bit ago. To capture Safari again. Safari. Okay. Snowy Pete, good to see you. Hope the game is going well. Thank you. It is going well. We are drawing an egret here. And egrets normally make nests up high, like you see here. This one's in a tree. It's another example. But sometimes they make nests on the ground, which is great because that's kind of what we needed for our game. This is a fun shot. Look at all those egrets. But this was a decent example of a nest on the ground. We're not going to have any babies in the nest. I might draw like a little hint that there's some eggs in there or something maybe. But I don't have to draw additional egrets. They'll just take me the rest of the year probably. You're welcome. I'm just looking for some other examples here. Actually, there's one. Thought there was. Oh, this is, I think, the one I was thinking of. Actually, I can't tell if that's on the ground or not. But regardless, you know, it's basically just it's a bunch of sticks. So I'll have to do my best to draw something that looks like that. Honestly, it might be a little tricky, but I'm sure I can figure it out eventually. And then we will have a bunch of like tall grass around it. I don't know that I have an example of that. I mean, something kind of like this, basically. But I don't think I really need a reference for that. Just draw a bunch of lines. Okay. So maybe the egret is a little too close here. Let's give a little more room for this nest. And this line is actually just like a guideline, so I'll go ahead and erase that. Oh, right. I didn't actually finish the egret's feet because I figured they would get covered up. But I will want to keep that in mind. If we end up having visible feet, like I think we would need some other... What do you call that part of a bird's foot? Is it still considered a toe, or is it something else on a bird? I feel like there's probably a more specific term for it. I don't know why I'm drawing this when I just said we would get rid of it. I did one, I might as well do both. Claw? But... All right, we're going to Google it. Parts of a bird's foot. I just realized food. Parts of a bird's foot. We don't have any music. It's too quiet in here. Oh, digit. Oh, this does refer to them as toes. This refers to them as digits, which, you know, obviously also appropriate. So yeah, I guess toes is perfectly correct. Toe or digit. Music. Stream safe music. Okay. Also had to Google. Looks like claw is the very tip only. Oh, okay, got it. Thank you. So I think I like this basic shape. Thank you for the egret compliment. Very happy with how it came out. So there's our very rough nest shape. He looks somewhat happy, content. That's good. That is definitely how we want this state to look, I think. Then we will have another egret state that is very much not happy or content. Very curious how that will come out. Probably won't worry about drawing that until I've got the code in place for the whole puzzle. Let me look back at my reference here. It's really hard to think of how to draw something like this. Like, if I'm drawing with a actual pencil or pen, you know, it's easy to just sketch a bunch of lines, right? It's kind of a little tricky to figure out how to do that in a way that will look right with pixels. Especially when I only have one undo. Let's try copying this, and I will try doing that just to see what happens. But I feel like it's gonna look bad. Maybe the thing to do is to just have some bits like that come off. And then, is there any texture at all I could use? I guess I could start with something like that. That's not actually bad. I would make it look more natural, like extend some of these lines. Let's have some of them go at a little bit of a different angle. Let's see how this comes out. I think we're slowly getting there. Let's see. The inside... I think we should draw some eggs. This is tricky. Let's do... How big are egret eggs? Like 2.5 inches, which is 5 or 6 centimeters. Oh, and a clutch size is 1 to 6 eggs. Also good to know. I was thinking I'd maybe draw like 3 of them. So they're not super huge. I think I'm a little worried I made my egret too big, but we're gonna not worry about that too much. I think we determined an egret is about 3 feet tall-ish, but I feel like I maybe drew a 4-foot egret. But that's okay. Don't worry about it. Something like that, maybe? And then, let's see, I'll erase a little bit of this at the bottom. Maybe came out a little bigger than I wanted. guess that looks alright. Alright, let's try that. And then this area will be darker like that. That's getting there. I'm experimenting with like how to make this texture look a little more natural. Like I want it to look like, you know, natural sticks going in various directions. But I don't want it to look too busy because otherwise it'll just be a huge mess of pixels. So just like various hints of lines. We're not going to draw every actual stick. I think getting rid of this hard line at this top edge is better. All right, I think I'm gonna call that kind of okay for now. Let's save. And I'll make another copy and then I'll try drawing the grass. And then from there I'll figure out like how is the nest and the egret's feet, like how are those sitting in the grass? Again, I feel like it's tricky because just, yeah, perfect. Drawing naturally looking small things is kind of tough. Like, I feel like generally the way I go about it is just to kind of freehand it and then spend a lot of time cleaning it up. Pretty good so far. Still struggling with, like, these should be the nest especially, and the feet to a lesser extent should be like in the grass somewhat. So we want some bits coming up in front of them. What if I erase this bottom edge? Yeah, that looks weird. I think I need to like make the whole bottom edge more irregular. Or maybe what I do is I have like just some sections of it that are kind of missing. In addition to like these more obvious overlapping bits of grass coming up. I think that looks pretty nice. I didn't think I was going to feel like that was more or less done, but I kind of think it maybe is. I'm pretty happy with how that looks. And maybe this is fine how it is. I mean, I drew all the toes, so we might as well use them, right? Where is the horizon line in this? And how much do I do with the area in the background? Let's just kind of draw a line here. So like my thought is that, you know, obviously there's ground here, like there's a bunch of tall grass, but then there's water back here. Just because that's where an egret would live. Pretty sure that's correct. I know I looked up what do egrets primarily eat, and it's mostly fish. So I'm pretty sure it is correct that they would generally live near water. Otherwise, how are they gonna get fish? So I don't know if I want to like make this more obviously look like a small lake back here, or if I just want to kind of leave it more abstract. I guess. It is going to be dark. The sky is going to be another, you know, black void like we've had in our other outdoor areas. So maybe we just have a gradient like I've done on a couple of spots. I think that makes sense. So I think in that case, I will do that all in World Builder. So we'll get rid of this line here. And then the thing I still need is we want to make sure that the ground here is all opaque. Or maybe that doesn't matter. Yeah, I think this will be fine as it is. I don't like this tangent here where the grass is like just touching the edge, so let's fix that. That didn't help. Okay, that's better, I think. Okay, I think this will work. And then I think like these bits of grass that are touching the egret will just be part of that object. So let's save that. And well, let's copy this. Very carefully extract the egret. Oh, we got an extra pixel. Where does that go? Goes right there. Fix that. Okay, is this gonna work out right? I think so. Okay. Copy that. Oh, right. We got to do this in Super Paint. Because the egret is so tall, we want that to be a single shape. And the only way to accomplish that is by copying it with Super Paint for some reason. Blah Holtzen, hello. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Super Paint. Super Paint is a program that was also... let's look at the About menu. Also published by Silicon Beach Software. I was trying to remember who developed it, but I guess we gotta wait a minute for the credits to scroll. Jonathan Gay, Dana Gregory, Linda McLennan, Bill Snyder, and Eric Zoker. It is basically like a... honestly, I would call it like it's a little bit more like Photoshop than Mac Paint is. You have bitmap drawing tools, you have vector drawing tools, and you can combine them in a single image, basically, and it's got just a lot of more advanced stuff that we don't have in Mac Paint. Can I? Oh, I can. Nice. Type to select. Okay. All right, I've got a very extremely placeholder points sound effect. None of the stock world builder sounds seem quite right, so I want to try to record my own, and if I can't make up a good one, then we might just skip the point sound. I'm already not sure it has the right feel to it for this game. It's tricky. I couldn't decide if it... like there's certain points, certain moments, areas of the game where it makes sense to get a point. but it doesn't quite feel right to have the sound effect play. It's because, you know, it's like a more serious moment, or, you know, like I was saying earlier, it clashes with some other sound a little bit. And I don't know if it's maybe confusing to not have a sound play during those times, but still give you a point. It does seem like that would be confusing. I don't know if there's any precedent for that in, like, you know, Sierra or LucasArts games. I can't really think of that, of a situation like that. So here's our existing egret. Delete him. Paste in this one. So since he's a complete shape, you know, it's opaque in all the ways that we want. Well, except we don't want this area between the legs to be opaque, but we can figure out a way to cheat around that. It's not an issue. There's the nest. All right, so that's not opaque because we have it open on the bottom, but I think that's okay because the area directly behind it is going to be white anyway. Trying to figure out the vertical placement here. That seems a little better. So let's draw, we'll start with a black rectangle. And that'll be around here maybe. No pen necessary. It's interesting, this is a thing that comes up a lot with pixel art, is like with the white background, the lines around the beak are part of the beak shape, right? So with the white background, the beak looks thicker, fuller, but when you put black behind it, you know, those lines become part of the background. So the white areas are what define how big the beak is. And it looks a little thin and has like a different character to it. Sometimes art will solve this by adding a white outline, but we haven't done that anywhere, so I don't want to do that. So I'm wondering if maybe I want to add some more white pixels to make this look a little different. It doesn't look bad, it just doesn't quite look how it did before. So let's close this, and I want to look at how I did the gradient in some other areas. The bus stop. Okay, so I have a medium gray, and then this. I think I'll do pretty much like that. That's a pretty good effect, I think. I wonder if having some of this grass-looking texture might be nice. Let's try that. This is going to be a little bit tricky. Pro Puke, hello, welcome. Funky UI? Yeah, it is. It's a little bit funky compared to your modern stuff, but it's pretty straightforward. So I'm just trying to figure out how to do this because I want to have a texture that is behind the bird and behind the nest. But the nest is not an opaque shape, so I need to kind of draw an outline around it to get what I want. And it's a little bit tricky to do. Oh, this blade of grass isn't going to be opaque either. Okay, I think I did okay there. It's maybe a little hard to tell, but there's a line across here. Oh, right, I can just get rid of the outline on the grass shape. Wait, what? Where's that line coming from? Oh, right, that's not part of the nest. That's grass behind the nest, of course. So there should be a line there. I drew the line on purpose. Adventure Josh, hello. Interesting that you think the heron is scary. What makes you scared of this heron? I'm just curious. Also, I hope you're doing well. Okay, so the area between the legs here, we want to be transparent. So in order to accomplish that, we need to basically cut out a little line so that like it's not enclosed anymore. So we can go to zoom bits. This drawing tool is a little bit clunky, so I don't really use it unless I have just some minor thing I want to tweak here. So I think we'll just do that. And I think that'll probably look fine. Like it's subtle enough that I don't think it's bothersome. The textures in here are getting a little bit messy. If a heron was hanging out right next to my house, I'd be like, they're coming. I mean, this is hanging out next to a basically abandoned storefront. Something a little bit different than right next to your house, but I do, I would certainly be, I wouldn't approach an egret or heron if I saw it in this situation. For some reason, I thought custom window styling was a trend that kicked off in the 90s. Interesting to see something this old with its own themed windows. Yeah. Okay, I wasn't sure if you were necessarily familiar with the early Mac UI. But yeah, World Builder, for whatever reason, went with completely custom windows. It's honestly, it's a little bit annoying because it's lacking some of the niceties of the standard window. The main thing being like you can't, there's no, wait, what? Are you kidding me? Has that been possible this whole time? I've tried to do this and it has never worked for me. I was gonna say, you know, you don't have like a thing you can click and drag. So you just have to, you know, click repeatedly. But apparently I was wrong this whole time. It is hard to do and not obvious. So I still think it's not great. But yeah, I guess they wanted just something that felt a little more like you're in a game instead of looking at, you know, documents, which I think is reasonable. Secret though, yeah. In reality, they're very chill birds. Okay. Good to know. I'll keep that in mind if I ever meet one. So we want a medium gray back here. So it's fading in. I might make some adjustments to this, but we'll keep going for now. No pen, good. Bring these to the front. Actually, let's... send this all to the back. And then we'll do one more rectangle. That is, I think... is that the one I used, or was it this one? I think that looks better. Just a little bit. It gets really hard to select things if you have a bunch of shapes in a small area here. Okay. That's starting to look like something. I think this shape is maybe a little too thick. Maybe both of them are a little too thick. That's too thin. Oh, what'd I do? Goofed it up. There's always been something of attention when building games out of standard UI layers. Yeah, for sure. I think that the Mac Venture games had a nice approach. Mac Venture games being like Shadowgate, Uninvited, and Deja Vu. It looks pretty good. I think what I'm going to do, I feel like it's a little bit busy here, so I want to try shrinking the grass texture, or maybe even getting rid of it, but I'm going to save this. We have to close to save. So we'll do that and open it back up. Curious to see what the scripting looks like for this. Yeah, it's interesting. I'll show some of that in a little bit here. In a way, Amiga games managed it more easily because, well, the intuition library was so anemic. Interesting. Whereas QuickDraw was much more full-featured. Okay. I have not done a lot on an Amiga in general. I feel like I've maybe once or twice. I have this vague memory of using a computer system for a very small project. I can't remember what the context was, but I want to say that was an Amiga. But like beyond that, obviously my memories of that are super vague, and I don't think I've used it outside of that one specific scenario. Amiga programming, at least getting started with it, it's fun because it's quite simple. Ah, okay. Okay, so let's start with deleting this to see how that looks. Yeah, I think that's too plain. We want at least some of that texture back here. So let's try just drawing a rectangle with the same texture. It'll come down to like... there. I think I like that better. Opinions welcome. I think it looks all right either way. But this lets you see a little more clearly the nest. And just this area here gets a little less messy. So I think I'll call that good for now. I think the foreground is just going to be white in this scene. Generally, like... I'm trying to think of, like, realistically what this would be. I feel like I envision it kind of being similar to the bus stop, where in the bus stop my thought was like, you know, this is grass around here, and this is just kind of like dirt. You know, this isn't a realistic space. It's a space that's a little bit weird. So, you know, it doesn't really matter that there's not actually a road here or whatever. But I feel like this would be similar where, you know, it's grass back here, but then up here it's more dirt. But I think we're just going to indicate that in a different way unless it feels weird in the game. So for now, I'm just going to leave this all white. So let's draw a vending machine. This is a much fancier vending machine, but it's like a similar scene to what we're drawing, so I figured it was a good reference to have. This is more like what we're going to be drawing here. Just something a little more simple and like something you'd find in the United States. This is a reference just for the building itself. A grog machine. Yeah, we do need to figure out a fake name, or maybe, I don't know. We gotta think about what goes in this area. I don't necessarily want to 100% commit to making up a fake logo to go on this machine, but it's definitely a possibility. Okay, thanks. On the topic of Amiga reminiscing, I remember the multiple screens surprising me at the time. I think they could even be like different screen modes? And just flipped on a scan line or something so you could have mode in front of another. Wow, that sounds fascinating. It always seems so cool to me, being able to stack completely separate things like that. Yeah. Neat. Oh, you wanted to see the code, so let's look at a little code here. So in World Builder, first of all, this was created by William C. Appleton in 1984 for a game he made called Enchanted Scepters. And he liked some of the stuff that Silicon Beach Software was doing, so he approached them to possibly publish it. And they did in 1984, the same year the Mac came out. 2 years later, they released World Builder itself, so other folks could make games with it. And I played around with this a lot as a kid, so I thought it'd be fun to come back to it now and actually make a full game in it. So basically you have, this is your typical scene setup. Aside from the windows in the background, this is pretty much like what you'd see when you're playing the game as well. So you have a graphic area and a text area. You can change the size and placement of these windows however you want. But in our game, we're sticking with the default for all of our scenes, except for we have some credit and help screens that are differently laid out. Anton, I don't know the feel of the game yet, but glass with glare is nice if you're not world building with it. So also, hello, welcome. Forgot that part. And then we have, while we're in editing in World Builder itself, we have 4 windows here. We have sounds, objects, which can be either mobile or immobile. Mobile being something you can pick up and carry. We have a characters list. The only character in our game is our main character because we don't want to use the game's combat system. And if you use an enemy in the game, it will always have this default combat system that's very simplistic and not very fun. It's too much... There's too much randomness and just pure luck to whether or not you win a battle. Like, there's things you can do to improve your outcome, but it's just really not worth... It's not interesting. So we're not using it at all. And then this is our map, which is like laid out, like you get some automatic movement, like if you go east from the bus stop, because we have these walls open, you will automatically go to the library. But you can also use scripting to do navigation. Like this bus schedule is something we can go to programmatically if we look at the schedule on the bus stop scene. And then each scene has its own code, and there's also global code. So basically, if you click on something or type a command, it will look through the scene code, run anything that matches the player's input. If there's an exit at some point, it will stop executing. And if it hasn't done that by the end of the scene code, it will continue on to the global code. And of course, the global code will run anywhere. But here's our bus stop code. So first here we have a command that sets up the menu. There's a commands menu at the top, and it will list all of these options. If you have a /n like this, that gives you a keyboard shortcut. So if you want to go south, you can just type Command S, and it will automatically enter the south command. And it basically types the word south for you. This is setting a variable. Our variables are all a letter, a number, and then the number sign. You can only set variables to a number, a whole number specifically. There's a pretty wide range of values. I want to say like negative 37,000 up to positive 37,000, whatever the specific number there is. This is a little if statement to check for text input. So text $sign refers to the player's typed input. You can either click on things in the game or type commands. A lot of world builder games are a little confusing about when you need to do one or the other. So I've tried to allow both whenever it makes sense. So this 2 equal signs means we're checking to see if the player's input was exactly the word search. It is not case sensitive, but otherwise it needs to say exactly search and nothing else. And then we just print a response. And exit means we won't continue past here if we've matched the search command. Then here we check for look or examine. We use a single equal sign here, so if they're trying to look at something specific, it will still pass this check. And then we check if they've typed schedule. So this combination of statements means the player can type look schedule, examine the schedule, look at the schedule, and all of those will match. So then we move the player @ to the bus schedule. Anytime you refer to a scene or object, you just type the name of the object. Yes, equal is a partial match, yes. So it's fun if you ever rename an object or scene at some point, especially because like those names are, the player will see those. So if you ever need to rename something, you will have to look through all of your code manually. There is no search of any sort, and find all the references to that object and change them. So it's a little bit of a challenge. There's a lot of ways in which this programming language is lacking. But considering it, was developed the same year the Mac came out, it's honestly pretty impressive, and like I appreciate the simplicity of it. Then after that, we have click $, checks for the name of the object the player has clicked on. And it's a similar situation where 2 equal signs does an exact match. If we have a single equal sign, like if I did a single equal sign and included just the word schedule, then it would check if the player has clicked on any object that has the word schedule in it. And then we have an or statement to see if they type north. So you can either click the bus schedule or type north to go to the bus schedule. So yeah, that's a little example of how the programming works. Interesting, you just have bare words floating around. Yeah. Don't suppose the code is stored in files. I mean, separate ones. No. So everything... when you are working on the game or playing the game, you just have this single application. And that's where everything is stored inside of. So we can actually do some poking around with ResEdit. Short for Resource Editor. And if we go into our game, I'm not going to actually make any changes this way. I just want to show that it is possible to look at some things in a different way. Untitled game. So this has a bunch of stuff about the game. Oh, patterns is interesting. I just realized that I could have used this to edit the patterns we have in World Builder. I think that would work. I'm not going to do that, but I kind of love that that is almost certainly possible. Here we have menus, like the default weapons and commands menu. Somewhere in here, probably this one, is going to be our code. Maybe this one. Okay, yeah. So it's a little bit of a mess to look at. But you can see here, like it says, close potato book, take potato, get potato. So you could maybe conceivably figure out a way to modify the game's code outside of World Builder. But certainly not something I'm going to get into myself. How's inventory and state work? Okay, so the game does quite a bit on its own in a way that you don't have any direct access to. It will keep track of where any object is. You can move objects around using code. You can check if an object is in a particular location. So let me find an example of that. Also, we have like just trying to find soup bone, for example. So you have some settings related to objects that you manage through this interface here. So our soup bone object starts out in storage, which is basically just kind of an inaccessible area where you can put anything you want. And then the player can't get to that object unless you use code to move it somewhere else. You can set if an object is plural or not, which just kind of changes like some automatic text that refers to objects. You can set value of an object, which we're not really using. It's honestly like kind of like the combat. It's a underdeveloped system. There is a way you can like check the value of what you currently have, but there's not a lot you can do with it. And then you have all these settings. You can make something a weapon, a throwable weapon, various types of armor, or most of our objects are either mobile, meaning you can pick it up and like the world builder gives you a lot of automatic behaviors related to that. If you click on an item, you will pick it up automatically. It will move to your inventory without having to write any code for that. You can type text commands to take or drop those items, and that's all handled automatically as well. Immobile objects are nice because that lets you have some code that runs when you click on those objects. I would say that's pretty much their sole purpose. And then on here, you can type a message that shows when you pick something up. I haven't really bothered with that. And then in terms of code, let's see. We have some code that deals with objects in here. So here we have an object called potato book, which is a potato that's inside of a book. Like it's a book with a cutout, so it's got a secret compartment in it. And potato book is just an object that's drawn to look like it's still inside that book. Whereas potato is the item that you would hold in your inventory. So we want to go from potato book, and once you pick that up, it becomes potato. So if you drop it somewhere, it is a different image that is considered a mobile object that the game will handle automatically if you pick up or drop it. So in the scene where you get that item, we have to write our own code to like turn the one object into the other. So if you click on it or type take or get, then we move potato book to storage because we no longer need that item. It will never be seen again. And then we move potato to the player and print, you now have the potato. And then from that point forward, if the player types drop potato, you'll see a smaller image that appears to be on the ground. And then you can click that or pick it up or whatever you want. So that's pretty much all the stuff you have control of in terms of managing objects in inventory. There's also a command to check your inventory that automatically lists everything you're carrying. Enemies, if we had them, could also pick up items and carry them with them. And then like if you defeat an enemy, they would drop the items they have. But we're not doing that. Spiritual armor, common item type. Yeah, again, like the built-in RPG mechanics, you have like physical and spiritual health, which you can also check the status of at any time. And then weapons can either do physical or spiritual damage. So there's one global instance of each object. Yes. In fact, if you want to have multiple instances of the same object, you would have to create multiple objects, and they would also have to have unique names because that's how they're referred to in code, and also if the player is typing commands. So that can get a little tricky. Like, let me give an example. Coin 1, coin 2, coin 3, exactly. So here's our start screen, and we have credits and help commands, which is like, this by itself is kind of interesting because the game doesn't really have any way to do this type of screen. So like, this is actually a room or scene in the game world. I just have some code to kind of treat it differently. And then I've also arranged the windows. So like the graphic area is this narrow area on the side, and the text is a nice big space. So I have these buttons here, more and back. And these are immobile objects because that's the only way to have something clickable. But then if you click more, we go to a different scene that has another back button. So this is actually the same back button. And the way I've handled this is that anytime you come to a scene that needs this button, it moves that back button to the scene. Otherwise, I would have to create multiple copies of that object, and they would all need their own name, which means the code that handles their behaviors has to, have to make sure it's referring to the correct button for that scene, which can be a pain if I'm like trying to copy and paste things. So that's like a simple example. There's some more complex situations that are in the game as well. But yeah, it's a little tricky. What if you could have coins with a value? That's actually something I've seen in other games. It's definitely doable. One of Ray Dunnican made a lot of world builder games, and also created a bunch of documentation that comes with this. It was eventually released as freeware. I think if you go to robotspacer.tv, there's a link there. Let me make sure. Yeah. If you follow the links to either Apple Fritter or the Ray's Maze page, there's a download there if you wanted to check out World Builder for yourself. But Ray Dunnican wrote a lot of documentation that was included with the freeware release. So we got a whole folder full of text files. And he wrote some pretty advanced stuff, including at least one of his games has like a money system. So like you just have to do some very careful and clever usage of variables basically to keep track of how much money the player has. You got to write your own commands to like check how much money you have and stuff like that. But it's certainly possible. So, what's next? Let's look at our scene so far in the game. So south of there is our storefront. That's looking pretty good, I think. I feel like, yeah, it's good consistency. We got some lines bumping into each other here that I don't like. I'll fix that. And let's see, west. Yeah, that's pretty good. Thank you. Glad you like it. Hopefully, it will also be fun to play. I'm very curious to get some people's experiences from it. We did have, I almost forgot because it's been a while, but Xenolon, who was often in chat, did a little play testing on an actual Macintosh. Which was great. At the time, I did not have a working Mac to play it on myself, though I did obtain one. But it was cool to see how it ran on an actual Mac, and there were some unexpected things that came up there that have given me some things to consider. I think ultimately I'm going to do a slightly modified version of the game for the very early Macintoshes, just because certain things like animation aren't really possible on those Macs, and I would like to have it run on the earliest of Macs, just for fun. Missed the period between Zork and LucasArts. Interesting. Zork was, I'm pretty sure, the first adventure game I ever played. Certainly the first one that I really spent a lot of time on, at the very least. I did not finish it until like 20 years later, but I spent a ton of time playing it and trying to understand its many puzzles. After that, I played a lot of Sierra games. And then eventually, like around Monkey Island, I started playing LucasArts games as well. Yeah, you can put my plate in the fridge for now. Thanks. Let's see, I missed a comment. Oh, Adventure Josh said it's kind of surprisingly not that long, like 5 years, at least if you count the micro release. I think a vanishing small number of people finished Sork. Yeah, I bet. It was very satisfying to finally do that, but I could not do it without some significant hints. Though I feel like at that time, I feel like sharing hints about games was kind of considered like part of the normal experience. Like very much either you would, play games like with other people, and or you would, talk to other people about puzzles you're stuck on and, share tips and stuff like that. I feel like that was kind of intended to be part of the experience. I have gone through it, but I don't think I've really sat down and finished it. I got it. Zork was built in community environment. I think the design assumes it. Yeah, absolutely. Whether or not intended. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Okay. So, actually, I opened this up, but maybe we don't want to. I'm just thinking what we want to do right now. We've got a lot to accomplish in this scene. Maybe we'll switch things up and do a little coding. Remember sharing Zork information at school and camp. Someone told me how to exorcise the ghosts. Oh, interesting. I don't even remember how that puzzle works anymore. There's certain things that are just like permanently burned into my brain, but a lot of the stuff I didn't solve until later. I've probably forgotten by now. I think I told someone about the grating under the leaves. Ah, yeah. So all we have to finish here. Oh, right. I was going to fix this texture here. We don't really need this to go all the way up. Let's see if I can fix this without making a mess of things. Something I've become needlessly aware of since Xenolon tested the game on a real Mac is that on those early Macintoshes, you will see, oh, the texture doesn't move. The texture is fixed. So if I want these things to not bump against each other, I need to move this awning up or down. Kind of forgot about that. But on an early Mac, the vector objects will draw in like one shape at a time. So kind of like early Sierra games, at least on certain systems, would draw that way. Like you'd see all the lines draw. So it's not quite the same as that. Like a whole shape will draw at a time, but you see them coming in layer by layer. So you see things that you wouldn't see on a different system. It's just it made me more conscious of like not wanting things underneath. Unless there's a reason for it. Just trying to find a perfect awning position here. Maybe there isn't one. I think that might be it. On certain games with quality art, I really like the AGI drawing experience. Yeah, it's neat to see it. Like Black Cauldron. There's a Twitter and YouTube account I like a lot. I always forget the name of it. Pixel Art Sierra. They just post little GIFs or videos of those scenes drawing in, which is very fun. Sign into, yeah, that's why I posted the YouTube one as well. We've lost so much. Yeah, like, honestly, that was one of the stupidest things that changed about Twitter is forcing sign in just to look at stuff. Like, honestly, I'll probably keep posting dumb things on Twitter until it burns completely to the ground, but like it's definitely made me take it less seriously. Oh well. All right, so let's write some code. We are going to have some code that changes the egret, so we're going to make that a separate object. So, okay, so, why can't I click that now? Okay. So this is a little bit weird, but I guess it's, I don't know. Is that the same as... Okay, it's the same as just clicking and holding. I can't seem to drag it here. Anyways, the scrolling leaves a bit to be desired, and the windows here constantly get scrolled back to the top, and then you have to scroll. A fun thing about World Builder is the order of objects is very important, and anytime you create an object, it goes to the end of this list. There's no way to reorder these objects, but the order affects how they draw in the game. Basically, you have your scene art goes in the back, and then you have immobile objects get layered in front of that based on their order in this list, and then mobile objects go in front of that, again, based on their order in this list. So if you have things that are overlapping, it's a lot of fun. But we're going to name this just egret for now. And we'll paste our egret in there. And very important to do this right away. If you leave the default settings, this egret could just appear in any scene. It'll pick one at random, and it will be something you can pick up. So we need to change both of these right away. And the rest of that doesn't really matter. If they could have located a bit per pixel, they could have drawn top to bottom and used the bit to mark written pixels and avoid overdraw, like an early Z buffer. On anything but the very first Mac, well, okay, I have a Mac Plus. So there was the original Mac, which is generally referred to as a 128K. There was a 512K, which is the model that I grew up with, and then there's a Mac Plus. I just bought a Mac Plus, and it does have buffering in the same game. So I don't know if it's just like a RAM limitation. I definitely don't understand enough of the limitations, and I don't know how the 512K Mac would behave. but I feel like the RAM is the biggest difference between those machines. Like 128K is the RAM in that machine, 512K is the RAM in that machine, and then the Mac Plus, the low-end systems have a megabyte, and it can go up to 4 megabytes. So, we have our egret, and then also important to this scene is an item I haven't figured out for sure what it is yet, but I'm leaning towards making it a fish. So we're just going to call this a fish for now. And the fish is going to be something you have with you at the beginning of the game. So actually, I think we can do player at. I don't think we're going to be ever changing our player's name, but that's a better way to do it. Assuming that works. For now, we won't worry about what the fish looks like. I'm going to make a note, though, to add fish art. Culinary disaster. Hello. Thank you for the fish. So that's all fine. The tricky thing with making this object now, even though I'm not 100% positive it's going to be a fish, is if I change it, then we have to update our code. But I'm not too worried about that, because it should be all in this one scene, I think. So the idea here is that you start with this fish, and I wanted to come up with a way to introduce dropping objects and just make the player aware of this being a thing that is necessary sometimes. And thank you for the magic harp, fish, and potato. Been lurking while playing Star Rail. Nice. Hope you're having a good time. So we're basically forcing the player to drop an item very early in the game. There's really only 2 screens they can get to without going past the storefront here. And if they haven't dropped the fish, when they come to the storefront, the egret will attack them. So let's write some code to make that happen. The code we have here sets the L1 variable to 12. This is our way of keeping track of the player's location, which is important if they ever go to the credit screen, or we have some object close-ups that are used. So we need a way to get the player back to where they were. So each physical space has a number assigned to it. And then the fun thing there is that every scene that you need to come back from has this long block of code that I have to copy and paste into all those scenes anytime it changes. There's no better way to do it. Could potentially do that in global code, but it would get complicated. I don't think it's really doable to put it in global code. Ideally, we could create a function and put that in the global code, but there's no functions in this. Everyone loves copy and paste. Absolutely. So, if player at... No. If fish equals player at, then I think we'll exit after this. Oh, right. So my thought with this is we want the player to be able to come here and see the scene. And then whenever they try to do something, if they have the fish, they'll get attacked by the egret. Just so they're not instantly booted out. I think that just will be a little bit nicer. So we have a loop variable. I think that's what I want to do. If loop is greater than 0 and fish equals player. So loop is reset every time you go to a new scene. Starts at 0. Every time you do something within that scene, 1 gets added to it. So when loop is 0, the player has arrived at a scene and has not done anything yet. So no matter what they do, this code will run, and then it will check if the fish belongs to the player. And then we're going to print the egret As I've mentioned many times in the past, I cannot write while I'm streaming. I don't know why. Just my brain can't do it. The egret, flies toward you. And you run back to the bus stop. I just realized this may not be the best place to put this text. But we'll leave it here for now. And then we're going to move player at to bus stop. And then exit. So that should work. I'm going to go ahead and test this to see how it works in the game. My concern is that because we're immediately moving the player to the next screen, they're not necessarily going to have enough time to read this text. Which makes things a little complicated, but we'll figure it out. Arrived at a scene and not done anything yet. Sounds a lot like me, to be honest. Yeah. Same. Start. So if we check our inventory. Oh, okay. Interesting. I guess we can't use player at for giving an object to our player at the beginning of the game. I should have checked that. It seems odd that that doesn't work. This is our other item you start with. Yeah, so that one I just set to canon. So I'm sure I had this experience before and just forgot. I had a brief thought, oh, what if I had home and end keys? Would those work? But the original Mac didn't have those keys, so probably not. We can't use arrow keys to navigate at all. Yeah. It's just, there's no better way to scroll, I don't think. You can't even type to select. So again, if we ever renamed our player, we would have to update all the objects they start with. Okay, so now inventory. Your pack contains a rapier sharp wit and a fish. Great. You're outside a store. There's a vending machine here. To the right side of the building, an egret is standing over a nest. Paths lead off to the north and west. So, anytime I do something here, our code should run. It should check that we have the fish, and the egret should chase us away. The main thing we want to make sure doesn't happen is the player continuing west past this scene. So let's try going west. So we got our message there, and then we're chased off, which is great. That's exactly what we wanted. It's an egret, not a heron. Egrets are herons, I think, or an egret is a heron. I'm pretty sure that's correct. But not all herons are egrets? I think that's correct. Yes, Wikipedia says egrets are herons. Generally long-legged wading birds and have white or buff plumage. Egrets are not a biologically distinct group from herons and have the same build. Baltimore, hello! Welcome, y'all. Great to see you. I hope you had a great time with Day of the Tentacle, a game I have still not played myself. Siku, great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Sure did. Wonderful. Glad to hear it. So we are currently working on... well, first of all, we're working on a World Builder game, which is a system from 1986 for the original Macintosh. And we're making a little game called Transit Point. This is the 29th stream. Jeez. And I'm hoping to finish it by the end of the year. We're so close. Welcome back, Efton. Oh, yes. Please tell me about the Bundaberg ginger beer chips. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. So this is our starting scene, and we're currently working on this scene here with an egret, which again is a heron. Ginger beer chips is yum. Nice. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here as well. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get a hold of them ginger beer chips. I have a feeling it's gonna be a problem, but I'll do it. Ginger beer chips? That's legal? Apparently. At least in Australia. I don't know if it's illegal elsewhere. So we just added some code so that we get chased away if we have a fish in our pocket. They're fizzy and sweet and gingery. Oh. Sounds good. I need it. It sounds like an explosion in the taste buds. Verdantry, good to see you. You have a habit of releasing limited time various flavors of chips. You can buy Subway chicken teriyaki crinkle cut chips at the moment. There's a lot of that over here as well. Like I feel like limited edition foods have become a big thing in recent, like it's been a thing for a long time, but like it's gotten way out of hand in recent years. They're also kettle chips? Oh, damn. Please don't tell me are these limited edition? Do I need to get on this right away? But we should be able to drop our fish. You no longer have the fish. And then go south. And now we can get past the egret. So that's great. Definitely are. Son of a bitch. Okay. Okay. So we're pretty much done with that puzzle, except that I think we need something to hint at why the egret is chasing you. Or maybe... maybe we don't? Maybe we don't and we just see if people figure it out? Is that mean? Is that too mean? This is, I think, the biggest problem I come up with in developing an adventure game is like, am I being too mean to the player? It's really difficult, especially like I grew up on Sierra games, and those games are super fucking mean. But I got used to that, so like, I appreciate the challenge, at least in some cases. The meanest thing I don't like in adventure games is like if they expect you to figure out something that is like a moon logic thing, like, you know, it doesn't follow like normal real world logic, and there's either nothing in the game to hint at it, or it's like super hard to find. So like most people will never find it anyway. That's the kind of puzzle that's like too mean for me. But like this, I feel like there's a limited number of things that you could do at this point. If you look at your inventory at all, you're going to be like, what the heck? Why do I have a fish? Thank you for the scream. Bolt says, if you're keen on them, hit me up on Discord and we can work something out. Okay. Thank you for offering. I will probably do that. Oh, Verdantry said, if you had to guess, what do you think the ETA is on finishing this up? I'm hoping to get it done by the end of the year. This scene and one other, like there's going to be an alternate version of the bus stop scene, so like completely different art for it that shows up at the end of the game. I think that's all we have left to add to the game in terms of like distinct areas. There's a handful of other little things that still need to be finished up. So I think finishing it by the end of the year is doable. It'll at least be very close. Adventure Josh said, my view, make the game that suits you. It doesn't have to be for everyone. Yeah, I think that's totally fair. But like, ultimately I don't really get to play this for the first time without knowing how all the puzzles are solved. So, I'm definitely making it for other people, and I want other people to be able to enjoy it. I think just because it's a game for a very old system, and most people aren't going to want to spend the time to like set it up or figure out how to play it unless they're kind of familiar with this style of older game. I think most people, playing this are gonna be people that have some experience with adventure games. So I think I maybe lean towards, assuming they will figure this out. And definitely at some point I'll have some folks test this and we'll make little tweaks if certain things are too hard. Very much intend to stream this, by the way. Wonderful. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for anyone to stream this, but it's just, it's weird to think about. Like, yeah. Very exciting. Okay. So we're done here. What are we doing now? Oh. Here's a thought. What if the player tried to drop the fish on this scene? Currently, what's going to happen is you'll get chased off. Like, we can try this right now. Take the fish. And if we drop fish, we get chased away. But I think that should happen differently. Because there's a decent chance someone is going to drop the fish on that screen. And I think the egret should take the fish. And that should allow you to progress. Silver, great to see you. Are we rewriting the intro again? No. We did a while back, not terribly long ago, change the beginning area a little bit. But we're sticking with what we figured out at that point. Which solves... It was an important change because it kind of solved a few different problems we had to finish up other puzzles in the game. I hope your stream was great, Silver. Did you finish Changed with Nina? We did. Nice. Glad to hear it. So let's see if we can figure this out. This is a little tricky because commands for picking up and dropping items are handled automatically by World Builder. And we kind of need to like intercept those commands in order to do this behavior, which scares me. So I'm trying to think if I've ever written any code to drop an item, to handle dropping an item before. I think I did. Because in the flower pot, excuse me, you can drop items. I'm pretty sure. The really tricky thing, so in various places in the game, I manually handle picking up an item. Like I talked about earlier, there's a scene where you get a potato, and the appearance of the potato before you pick it up is different than the item you hold in your pack. So I had to write code to like swap those two objects when you pick it up. And a weird and completely undocumented thing I discovered at some point is that World Builder will like rewrite certain text input before your code has a chance to parse it. Let's see, did I make a note about this? Did not. I'm trying to remember exactly how it is. I think if the player types take, it automatically gets changed to get, so that if you write code to look for take, it won't ever run unless it also checks for get. Either that or the opposite. So I don't know if there might be something simpler for dropping items, and I don't know if there might be synonyms for drop. The documentation on that stuff is not good. It's basically non-existent. It doesn't even list all the synonyms for get. Yeah, it is very weird. But here in our flower pot, we have handling of a bunch of different actions. Oh, okay. So this is the block here. It's a long one. Okay. So in this case, we have drop, add, insert, plant, put, or bury. I think drop is probably the only one. I am curious if World Builder might understand like put down. If anyone can think of a verb for dropping an item that you might use in a text parser game, feel free to share it. I feel like I 100% of the time would type drop. But I'm also a person who grew up typing take instead of get, which I think is like the impression I've gotten is that a lot more people are familiar with typing get to pick up an item. So I don't know if there might be like a synonym that I'm not thinking of. Put, okay. I'll test if put is something you can do by default. But we're going to copy this block here. And basically what I'm going to do is before the chunk that we just added here, we're going to have some code that handles dropping the fish. Can we use the variables in constructing text? No. If you want to print, well, okay. It depends what you mean by that. You could check a variable and then change what prints based on the value of the variable. If you want to print the value of a variable, you have to do that on its own line, basically. We could dump out a message to the screen saying you typed. Ah, okay. No, we can't do anything like that, I don't think. Let's try, though. Print text $sign. Okay, so we'll just see what that does. If text equals drop or text equals put, then if text $sign equals fish, then okay. So we handle both of those, and then we also need to check that the fish belongs to the player. Lots of nested if statements here. Okay. So if the fish belongs to the player, if they type drop or put, and again we'll check if this is actually a command that World Builder recognizes. If it doesn't, then we might still allow it, but we might skip it. And then also make sure they're typed fish. So this splitting it up this way just allows for more flexible input, like drop the fish. Then we will move fish to scene. Actually, no, we won't do that. Let's print. You drop the fish. Actually, yeah. I was thinking, oh, maybe if we drop it here, we have some text that suggests we're tossing it over to the egret. But, you know, maybe that's not what the player intended. Maybe they were just trying to drop the fish and didn't realize they were solving a puzzle. You drop the fish in the dirt in front of you. Man, I could type. The egret quickly flies over, snatches it up, and returns to its nest. And then, because that all happens very quickly, instead of moving the fish to the scene, we're just going to move the fish to storage. It's gone forever at that point. So that should work out well. And let's test it. And then we'll also see what happens. We'll see if the commands print here. We also might get a syntax error. We did. Okay. So you cannot print the text variable. Good to know. Seems much better than guessing what the game is doing. Yeah, you would. It'd be great to do that, wouldn't it? There have been multiple things that came up that I had to do a lot of guessing and like just testing to try to understand what World Builder is actually doing. Well, I shouldn't say a lot. There have been a couple things. Okay. Start. Put fish. Okay, so the game does not understand that. Put down fish. You can't go down here. Okay. Remove fish. You can't move anything here. So I think drop is maybe the only verb it understands here. The perils of cute little languages, indeed. So let's drop fish. You drop the fish in the dirt in front of you. The egret quickly flies over, snatches it up, and returns to its nest. A thing I might do once we have different graphics, like I talked about having a different egret where it's looking at you, perhaps a bit menacingly. We'll maybe, switch to that briefly and then go back just to make it look like, we have a visual reaction of what is happening here. I don't think I would bother to, show the egret actually coming to get the fish, just because it's a lot of work, and World Builder doesn't do animation very well. But that works fine, and now we should be able to go west, so we have solved the puzzle in a slightly different way. Whenever I see something called egret in a game, I wonder if it's going to be a wordplay joke about an egress. Oh, interesting. I thought that you were going to say something about regret. We had a lot of chat about egret regrets last week. Okay. Jeez, it's 20 to midnight already. Egret attacks you if you have a certain item. Oh, right. That's going to get you a point also. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. The egress regressed back into its nest. Exactly. So... So this is tricky because my thought was that you would get a point for getting past the egret. But the question is, when do you get that point? I feel like it might be a little confusing if you simply get the point for getting to the totally normal house scene for the first time. Drift to the rescue. Regret is my number one joke at the moment. That was a pretty good one. I don't know. I might have to think about that. Point for getting past egrets. And then we also are going to have a token you can get from the vending machine. So I think the way you find that will be by just searching the scene. generally the way I've allowed players to find a hidden item. Like in World Builder, there's a lot of you just search a scene without even being specific about what you're searching, and it will just reveal an item if there's some hidden item there. Like that's a common thing in Enchanted Scepters. But I've tried to be a little more flexible in letting the player click on a thing to search it. So I think if the player clicks on like either the coin return slot or maybe even the entire vending machine, that will also let them discover the token that's in the coin return slot. But let's create our token. And I'm going to add a note about art for token. We'll scroll all the way to the bottom. How's everyone doing? We made it. Okay. So this is going to start also in storage, because even though it is more or less in the storefront scene, it's not visible until you search for it. This is going to be extremely valuable. We don't use the value at all, but sometimes I click on this just for fun. And we want to handle this in a similar way to searching in the backyard. So I'm just gonna, sometimes I like to look at my code just to make sure I'm not forgetting some thing I learned many, many weeks ago. So oh, interesting. So I don't actually allow searching without specifying the house. Is that correct? It's possible I handle that somewhere else. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna have to think about that. I'm gonna make a note. Search by itself in backyard won't find anything. Okay, but I guess for now we'll do this the same way. So I'm just gonna copy this whole block even though we don't need most of it. The easiest way to do it. Yeah, I was just remembering.
Let's do it.
Yes. I'm glad I set that up, even though no one ever uses it. I think I'm the only one that's ever used that. Okay, so this block we don't care about. Wait, right? Oh, okay. I was wrong. This block here is where I handle just typing search. Okay. So I guess I'm going to do something similar here. Coin return is what we'll call it. And then we'll move token to the scene. And then we'll add a point. We'll play the point sound. In the coin return slot of the vending machine, we find a small token. It's not a normal coin. I'm trying to... It's not currency? Is that a better way to word it? It's not standard currency? That's fine for now. I'm sure I'll rewrite that later, but for now it's fine. And then down here, we're gonna allow look or search vending machine. Actually, we'll check for vending or machine, I think. We should also allow, like, coin slot or coin return. Definitely the biggest thing I'm looking forward to getting feedback on from playtesting is, like, just the ways people try to type commands. Okay, so definitely don't want the key to suddenly appear here. Okay, so basically 2 blocks that accomplish the same thing here. And, oh, this is incorrect. So we want to make sure that token is in storage. Otherwise, none of this should do anything. Okay, so if token is in storage, then we'll check both of these blocks. The first block handles clicking on the coin return or just typing the word search. And in either case, we make the token appear, we add a point, we print some text. The second block is pretty similar, except it tries to handle text input in a flexible way. You need the verb look or search along with a noun, like vending, machine, slot, or return. Any of those will work fine, which I think is reasonably flexible. And then we get the same outcome from that. And then another important thing is the order of things is important here. Because we don't want the player to be able to do that if they still have the fish. But if they still have the fish, then this block of code will run first and exit. So it'll never get to the part after that. So I'm going to do just a little circle for the token here. And we'll clean that up later. We don't have the fish. It's funny that you put that in comment markup because you can't do comments in World Builder, which is another fun little thing. Silver says, I believe it is time for me to collapse. Have a rad night. Thank you, Silver. I hope you have a rad night as well. And I appreciate you stopping by. We'll draw a little fish too, just so we can see that when it appears on the ground. Just a little fish polygon. Oops, I wasn't done with my fish. How dare you. Oh, you didn't see the comment message? That's interesting. Okay, if you click too close to your starting point, it will close the shape. There's our fish. All right, I forgot to remove handling of put. Making a note. So, let's go south. And as mentioned, you shouldn't be able to search here and find the token if you still have the fish. So we just want to make sure that works correctly. So we get chased back immediately. Drop the fish. There's our fish. And now we should be able to search. And that's the point sound, which is just one of the default world builder sounds. It's not terrible, but it has a like harsh tone to it that I don't like. And there's also like a little bit of unpleasant static. Some of that's just kind of the limitations of the sound quality that we're working with, but I know I can make something that works better than that and is more pleasant. In the coin return slot of the vending machine, you find a small token. It's not a normal coin. And we can pick that up. Oh! I accidentally made it an immobile object. That's funny. Oops. I think I must have been just in the habit of marking things as immobile. While I'm here, let's also create our coin return object. That is probably just going to be an invisible rectangle that you can click on. That will start in storefront and be a mobile. Our token should be mobile. Starts in storage. Okay, that's all correct. And I'm going to double check the fish. Starts in your inventory. Mobile. Let's just double check all the objects I created today. Starts in the storefront. Immobile. Okay. So that's all good now. All right, I think now I'm going to take a break. I do need to eat something, so this might be a little bit longer. Somewhere in 5 to 10 minute range. But I'll be back in a little bit, and then we'll continue. Probably next we'll start drawing the soda machine. Okay, well that was well over 15 minutes. Sorry it took so long. I should have realized. Okay, what are we working on here? We are... I think we're going to draw the soda machine, like I was saying. So I still don't know what I want to do with like the big graphic area, but we can start with the rest of it and kind of rough something in there. And maybe just some vague shapes will work just fine. Time spent eating lasagna? I wish. No lasagna today. I do really want to make that again sometime. Although it's funny, like, it's a really good recipe, but it's specifically for a mini lasagna, so you don't get that much out of it. I'm sure you could make a pretty similar, bigger lasagna out in more or less the same way, but I don't know, it's possible things could work out differently. Anyway, it's not a lot of food. When you're making something that's a little bit involved like that, it's nice to have some leftovers. You know, I quit World Builder, but we're going back in World Builder. We need a reference shot to know what size of vending machine we need. So we'll take a screenshot of that. Okay. I think, oops. There we go. Command Shift 3. I'm continuing to think about points, and I'm wondering if anyone has ever written anything up about how classic adventure games handle points. Probably not. I'm sure people have, like, studied this to some degree. Like, you know, looked at what different games do. Maybe I'll do it, and when I go to Adventure X one year, that'll be my talk. What am I doing? We're opening this. Like I mentioned earlier, the main things I'm wondering about are, like, if I have a sound to indicate you have received points, is it okay to sometimes omit that sound for reasons like there's another sound that clashes with it, or you know, it's a dramatic moment where it doesn't really feel appropriate to get that pleasant jingle. Actually, now I'm thinking Pixel Turkey finished Gabriel Knight last night, so like the ending of that is fresh in my mind, and there's some dramatic moments in there. But I wasn't thinking about this at the time, so I can't think of, like, the points jingle in that game is really good. It's like maybe the best one, I think. And it's also just, like, it's pleasant and noticeable. And I think you do get it during some dramatic scenes. Another thing that's interesting to think about is, like, in a game like that where you have a lot of animation, you can have, you know, you do the action and you immediately get that little jingle to confirm that you've done something good. So that's like great instant feedback. And then you get the dramatic scene that plays out as a result of that action. So that's just a much better flow than anything I can do in here, because we don't really have any control over timing of things. thought games were games, particularly because there was no point to playing them. I suppose so. Okay, so here's our shape. And I'm going to have a line here. Let's look at my reference again real quick. So we got this that we're not really using. This that we are using. So we're trying to draw something like this. So like there's a section on the right side. And then here's our coin return slot, which is important. We'll probably make a little bit bigger area that you can click on. Here's where the soda comes out. What's this? It's probably just like a access for like a lock or something inside there. But we have, I think I've seen some other machines where like they don't have this big black area down here. It's like this graphic area comes all the way down, and then this bottle area is kind of in the center here, kind of like what I drew in my sketch. But then the left side of the machine is going to be cut off a little. I think those are the only two images I bothered to keep. In my high school, people had so many ways to abuse the vending machines. I'm trying to think. Did our schools... I kind of think maybe there weren't any vending machines when I went to school there. I remember... I have a vague memory of vending machines being present as like a big deal or something. Should be a Dr. PP machine. Simplest way was to cover a dollar bill with Scotch tape with a tail. So you could put in $1, buy a soda, get change, remove the dollar. Interesting. I've heard of that type of trick with like arcade machines, like tie a string around the coin. But it's interesting to me that you'd be able to do something like that with a dollar bill, like a paper money reader. I guess I would have thought by the time that mechanism came around, people would have been thinking about, you know, that type of tactic more and figure out ways to prevent it. Okay. Let's save this so I can open it up. So I can have it on screen. Someone managed to lockpick the machine that was simpler but harder to do. Certainly a more straightforward approach. Okay, so this like block of buttons is kind of in this range. It's interesting. Oh, there's another like lock mechanism or something. In this reference machine, like this is not centered. There's like a larger gap on the right side of it. And I'm just trying to decide if that's the way I want to draw it. Obviously, I don't have to be realistic. But let's try that and see how it looks. I can always center it later. Game Dev Jeff, good to see you. We had a vending machine in high school, but if anyone bought a drink, we'd play a game where the goal would be to slap the drink out of someone's hand before they'd finish drinking it. It was playful, but also a bit mean. Yeah. Supposedly some machines had a flaw where you could pour salt water into the coin slot, flood the coin reservoir, short something, and have it spit out the coins. Wow, that's a more advanced and destructive than other approaches I've heard of. You're welcome. Okay, can we... No, that's too rounded. We're gonna have to do our own rounded corners. I want a straight-on reference of this same type of machine. Let's see if I can find something. Just to make it easier to see the proportions. That one's a little bit different, but it's not bad. Oh, we could also buy it for $40? What? 40? Oh, is it like a little mini thing? Is that a full-size vending machine for $40? Free standard shipping. Here's another one. Oh, that's interesting. That's a much slimmer section on the side. That's kind of interesting. But we want to emphasize that part of the machine, so I think we'll stick with the design of the reference I have. Is this going to get me anything? 80s soda machine. Maybe this one's the best I got. Well, that's someone's 3D model? That's funny. Oh, here we go. It's not as, like, perfectly straight on as I was hoping for, but it'll work. At least less dramatic of an angle than what I had before. I was fascinated by all this, but was too goody-goody to partake of any of the spoils, but not goody-goody enough to report any of it. Got it. So you wouldn't snitch on anybody, but yeah, that was the kind of kid I was most of the time. Occasionally I did some things I maybe shouldn't have. So I feel like this layout I have here is pretty good. We just want this... Again, this is cut off on the left side, so we're not seeing all of this. Although, you know what? This is maybe the first time I've thought of this. Let's draw the whole thing, because I'm going to want the whole thing for the Playdate version. And just it'll be easier to... like center this bottle. I want to say return, but return isn't really appropriate. It's not returning, it's giving it to you in the first place. I feel like that's maybe a little too big, but I don't mind emphasizing it a little. Just checking if this is centered. Oh yeah, nailed it. To the pixel. Oh, it feels so good to do that. We're going to put some slightly rounded corners on things here. I might go more rounded than that, but we'll start with this. Let's save as... Soda machine 1. We go out smoking with my friends and not smoke. I definitely spent a lot of time doing that, and then eventually I gave in to peer pressure. And it was hard to quit. Oh well. It wasn't peer pressure. Peer pressure isn't the... Well, I don't know. Maybe that is the right word. But like no one was encouraging me to smoke. If anything, the opposite. It's just you hang around it enough and you're like, maybe I'll give that a shot. And then eventually I tried it enough that I decided I liked it, I guess. If the teachers came by to check on them, they'd give me the cigs, and the teachers would just not bother me because I was the good one. Oh, that's a brilliant tactic. Wow. Yeah, this is Mac Paint. We've been doing all the art either directly in World Builder, which has mainly vector drawing tools, or in Mac Paint, where we just have pixel art or raster image tools. Occasionally we open up Super Paint just to copy things, because copying out of Super Paint works better for pasting into World Builder. So the coin return slot on all of these is a little bit weird. It's like, it's not centered here. It's just kind of like this. I'm going to make it a little exaggerated, because that's going to be something you can click on. Gotta have some gum stuck to it somewhere. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Where do you think is the most common place to stick some gum on a vending machine? And then my thought is we'll have... Like, I feel like a lot of these machines have maybe a mixture of, like, wide buttons that go all the way across. Like this one I'm looking at has 2 big buttons. One, actually, it's kind of hilarious. The first button is for Coca-Cola on this Pepsi machine, and then Mountain Dew. And then there's 6 like half-width buttons for your less common soda varieties. But we'll have all big ones just to simplify the design a little. The side, but that seems bad for adventures. I mean, I don't think it'll be anything you need. Cans of... Oh. Bundaberg. Can we have a legally distinct Bundaberg machine? All right, so this needs to be evenly... Oh, wait, I screwed up. We need space at the top for the area where you insert your coins. 75 cents. I was trying to remember, like, when I was much, much younger, how much money would you need to put into a soda machine to get a soda out? This one says 75 cents. Oh, the main reference I've been using is 50 cents. I feel like 75 cents seems more in line with what I would remember. And now they take credit cards. This playlist is just a little too much. Oh yeah, we're not even halfway into it. Let's try the upbeat happy. Tunes to lift your mood. Dunderderg. If you want the player to find the gum, you could make it, I don't know, prevent the buttons from working. We don't know. It's not going to be an item you can pick up. Definitely not. We're not adding new items, and definitely not adding new puzzles. The time for that is over. Fundaberg. I like that. I'm copying down your suggestions. Thank you. All right. I like that. There's a little bit of extra space at the bottom, but like that feels kind of natural. And I think we're just going to have a coin slot. Like this is a machine style from before the time when you would need to insert an entire dollar bill. Actually, this will go all the way across. Make that a little taller. So I'm struggling a little bit with how to draw this exactly. Like, I feel like this is probably going to be too much detail. Like the actual thing has like a black section here with a tiny little panel that shows the price, 50 cents. And then like this is divided up and like there's a little slot here where you put your coins in. And then there's some text here. I don't know what that says. How to use a vending machine, I guess. But that feels like a little bit too much detail. Above the buttons. Hated having to flatten dollars to make the machine accept them. Yeah. Not fun. Got good at it though for the BART machines. The worst is when you spend a bunch of time flattening and it still won't take it. So it's like, what are you going to do? Just keep flattening it until it works? Such a hassle. Let's get rid of this panel. We'll just do something like that. This is black. Whoop. This is black with some white text on it. Does that read as anything? Let's do this. I think that's fine. Sure. Usually I wait to shade things at the end, but apparently I'm not doing that this time. I'm sure it's fine. That's pretty good, I think. Oh, Bolt. Bolt asks, what flavors of Bundy have you had, Space? And that's such a heartbreaking question because ginger beer, this is the only one I've had. Around my local area, that's the only kind I can get. I know there are other varieties available in the US, but not a ton. I know there's other flavors like the burgundy creaming soda that is not available in the US at all. So yeah, the regular ginger beer is all I've had. I should clarify, diet ginger beer is also available, but no thank you. Used to go to the BART staffers and say, this is money, I need to ride the train, and make it their problem. That's a good approach. Okay, so this over here. Another reference. This has like a tray that sticks out. And we'll make it look kind of fancy. We'll do something like that. Oops. Yeah, I think, well, let's do this. And this is why I should save shading for last and make a copy before I start doing it. Oh well. I'm just going to add a highlight here to make the shapes of this stand out a little better. I think that's working. Yeah. That's pretty nice. They usually try to get me to make changes in other machines, and when that failed, they trade money with me. Oh, what a pain in the ass. Nowadays, of course, it's contactless card payments. Yeah, which is pretty nice. Okay. Do I want any other details on the right side of this is the thing I'm wondering right now. Let's experiment a little. So the reference machine has kind of a frame around the entire thing. And I'm just wondering if maybe I want to draw that or maybe just leave it out. I think maybe I do want to do that, but we need to move this over a bit. I'm just thinking things over. The drawing on the left reminds me of a slightly more modern version, which tends to have like a curve to this section. But I think that's more modern than what we want to indicate. So I think this is better. And I was also thinking about whether or not I want to like indicate any depth here. I think, given it's fairly tall, like you wouldn't see any of the top of it. And we could maybe have a little bit of the side visible, but I don't know. I think it would just end up looking odd. So I think we'll just leave it as is. Oh, this ended up off center. Okay. So now we need to figure out harder things. I think the buttons I'll just kind of shade. Like, I'm definitely not going to try to draw a little logo on each one. That would be way too much detail. But they are like plastic, so like I'll kind of give a highlight to them. Let's see, should this be all black? Or is that too black? Maybe too black. Ooh, that looks not great. That's not great either. Maybe that's fine, and then I can adjust this coin return a little bit. And give kind of a highlight around the outer edge. Yeah, that'll do. Not sure if I want that frame to be black. I guess I'll wait on that. Let's figure out what color the buttons are. Thinking that? Maybe that looks kind of nice. I should have copied it before I did this. White frame looks good. Thank you. Let's see if I make these a little bit rounded. Sure. Missed the highlight on this one. Okay. I'm just looking at my Bundaberg bottle for inspiration. I feel like I want something more graphical than like, I mean, the Bundaberg label is, you know, it's a picture of some kegs. And just, you know, red banner and text and stuff, but I want like big shapes. Like I'm thinking something like very 80s, like circles and triangles maybe. Maybe I should draw something on paper first. Put my money in that bitmap. Let's use pencil. I always want to put this cap on the end, but it doesn't do that. I don't know that I've ever drawn this kind of like art that I'm talking about here, so I don't really know how to do it. Just draw some circles and triangles, right? We need inspiration. Excuse me. Oh, there we go. I was like, how do I search for this? I just did 80s graphic art and nailed it. Like here, this is the kind of thing. That's a pretty nice example. Or this kind of thing. Some other good ones here. This is getting real close to what I was thinking of. Just like a, you know, a single like collection of these shapes that like kind of makes a whole object. Oh, here's a really nice one. Love this. There's maybe something inappropriate next to that, but not entirely inappropriate at least. Yeah, I'm gonna save that. Oh, Adventure Josh, your link got censored. If you want to whisper it to me, then I can look at and share it in chat. Trying to open a Twitch page that won't make noise. Six Seven says, "Okie doke, it's time for me to go to bed. Good luck reincarnating as a vending machine." Thank you, 6-7. And good luck sleeping. I hope it goes well. Thanks for hanging out. Like the classic milkshake cup? Classic milkshake cup. What are you referring to? Oh, you're talking about the solo cup design? This guy here? That's interesting. I never thought of that as a milkshake cup. Also, I feel like I did some stuff on stream that I didn't mean to. Hopefully I didn't show anything that I didn't mean to. I thought I was on a different scene. Didn't see anything. Okay. I don't think anything like any personal info would have come up or anything. Just some Twitch pages I didn't mean to show. Okay, so I got that one. Like, it's a really nice one. I don't think I want to like rip it off directly though. So let's see if I can come up with something that's kind of similar but different. Oh, like there's a combination of like triangles that are filled in with a pattern and then like outlines of triangles or other shapes. Like I think that's a pretty key thing. And this kind of squiggle is super important too. Gotta have a squiggle. Actually, maybe I'll just take this as inspiration and I'll start drawing in Mac Paint and we'll see where we get. Salt Ranger, good to see you. Also, thank you. I think of 80s, I think of split metal chrome, but that's not really viable in 1-bit art. I don't know what that means. It certainly sounds cool. Huh. Huh. My Google results for split metal chrome I don't think are what you're referring to? I don't know. I'm confused. Split metal chrome was a common airbrush technique. Oh, yeah. I know immediately what you mean. Totally. Often used for lettering where one half would be reflective silver and the other half would be reflective some other color. 100%. Yeah. That shit was great. Classic technique. Let's draw... Well, I feel like I want to... I like having a base that's a big rectangle, maybe?
Hello.
Cosmic Void, hello. Good to see you. Oh no. I hope you are doing well. And I hope Twilight Oracle development is going well. Amiga games do that all the time. Nice. That's not symmetrical, and I'm trying to decide if that bothers me. I think we'll fix it. I think I should be able to fix it. 3 months to launch. Very exciting. Raticide, hello. You doing well? I had it, but I thought I didn't have it. Okay. So we should be able to... Oh, I need the rectangular selection to do this. Flip it both ways. And there's your perfect rectangle. Slightly askew. Maybe we'll draw this separately. Thank you. The music is... MZizzy has a bunch of playlists on YouTube with various themes. We're currently listening to MS-DOS Win, Tunes to Lift Your Mood, Upbeat Happy. Lots of good playlists. Okay, so we want a circle. I think a nice big circle. Like this. I'm trying to get, yeah, nice clean circle like that. I guess I'll leave that line for now, but we'll probably come back and delete it. Is this rectangle going to be the shape with the drop shadow? Yeah, I should have some drop shadows, shouldn't I? I think looking at the reference I'm looking at, like the couple main shapes have a drop shadow. So maybe this circle and the rectangle will both have a drop shadow. And then maybe the smaller ones won't. I don't know. We'll figure that out later, I think. I'm kind of picturing a couple of triangles coming off of here. They're like pointed towards the circle a little bit. Like that? Seems kind of fun. Ooh, it's a little too wide. I was worried about that. Okay. So I think the one at the bottom there needs to go. Has to go somewhere else. I wonder when in society we decided that designs like this were no longer viable. Yeah, like design trends are weird and interesting. I guess my biggest experience with design trends is specifically UI design, which is like a little more niche than like general graphic design trends. But I feel like it's probably somewhat similar in that like a thing gets to be a trend and then everybody kind of latches onto it. And then, you know, for a while, like that goes well, and because like people are drawn to that trend because it's, you know, it starts out fun and new and exciting, and like, you know, there's a period of like you kind of recognize the trend, so like people will notice it because it starts to become a familiar, and then it starts to become tiring, and then somebody comes up with some other trend that catches on, and then the cycle starts over again. So it's kind of interesting in that, like, I feel like it's not the designers themselves don't always have control over it. Like, certainly, like, your art director or whoever's in charge that isn't necessarily always doing the design work has say in what you're doing, and if they want to do something new and not follow the trend, they can choose to do that. But they also have to do something that's gonna be accepted, like either sell the product or get people's attention, or whatever the goal is. So yeah, like, I feel like everybody kind of collectively decides on design trends to some degree. It's weird. The main thing that comes to mind is like in UI design, like, there was a period of like very flat designs being very popular, which came after a period of like increasingly skeuomorphic is a common UI design term, which refers to like something that resembles a real thing but doesn't have an actual function in the design. So like a wood texture or leather texture or something like that. Like, so we went from that to like super flat designs, especially in the world of Apple software. And a lot of people have never been into the flat design period, but it's kind of hung around for a long time. 80s stuff is nostalgic now. You see these designs used in synthwave. Yeah. Like, definitely it's come up, but like, certainly not. I feel like I don't see this stuff that much in like more common usage. I don't know. It's interesting. Now I'm just kind of thinking of like, if you go to like Target or whatever and buy like a notebook for schoolwork or something, what kind of designs would you see on that? I don't really know what you would see on an item like that these days. Purple grid with the desert sunset, yes. Xenolon, good to see you. Gradients are back in style, which is wild. Yeah. So this triangle is a little like lopsided, but I think I like that. So I wanted to have another triangle down here that is a little bigger. Like that. That's pretty good. One more pixel. There we go. Nailed it. It's nothing amazing, but I think it's a pretty good collection of shapes. It's a little too big, but we can maybe cheat. Let's save. This down. I kind of like having this in line. Well, I guess it's actually a little bit higher. It shouldn't be down too far. So maybe that's as much as I want to move it. I guess I could kind of have it go, like, be behind this, whoops, the bottle tray. Or I could kind of shrink this whole thing up a little bit. I'm leaning towards shrinking it up a bit, which is going to be a pain, but we'll try it. If you look on YouTube for Andromeda Rule 30, it feels both nostalgic and current at the same time. Try to mimic this style with the midweek point and click logo. It works pretty well. Oh, yeah. Totally. Yeah, you did a good job on that. Nice logo. Well, I know you do a lot of design stuff for fun. If you don't mind sharing, do you do that kind of work professionally or just for fun? Just curious. Just trying to figure out this pixel here. Looks a little weird, but I guess it's okay. Just fun. If only I had layers. Actually, it's funny. This would have been perfect to do with vector shapes. But I didn't do that. Oh well. Ooh, what if I put it inside here? Is that... I think actually... this. I shorten this one a little bit. Oh, what? Oh, bad selection. And then I'll shorten this one as well. I know I'm being a lot more fussy than I really need to be, but it's just the curse of being a designer. Okay. Hopefully that fits a little better. Kind of reminds me of pizza slices, which I'm here for. Good, great. This machine should make you want a slice of pizza and a ice cold soda. That's perfect. Got a nice amount of spacing around all sides. Very happy with that. I'm just gonna drop it there. Detroit style pizza is Brill. Interesting. It seems like that's pretty popular these days, which certainly was not the case for a very long time, at least as far as I know. I don't have it very often myself, even though it is all around me. Cosmic Void says, for the untrained eye, it looks like you do have layers. What are you referring to? There aren't. As soon as you lay down pixels in any manner, it's all part of the same image. So, you know, if you want to move a shape or whatever, you have to, you know, do your best to select it by itself and move it around. Elon said, can't hang out for long because I'm waiting for a taxi, but if this same world builder game, I'd be happy to try a new build if you got one ready. Oh yeah, it is the same game. I probably won't bother to send you a new build until it's complete, which, like, we're getting very close to that. But yeah, definitely I will be sending you a build once it's fully playable. I would love to have you check out the rest of it. And also have a great rest of your day. Okay, so I didn't understand the Rule 30 comment previously. Adventure Josh clarified Rule 30 here being a cellular automata thing, not a sexy time thing. Okay, I still don't understand, but thank you for attempting to clarify. Adventure Josh says, I've had Detroit style pizza. I'm not sure why it's suddenly in. Yeah, I don't know either. Oh, I am drinking. Thank you for asking. Not sponsored. I'm drinking a Bundaberg ginger beer. My favorite ginger beer. Not sponsored, but willing to be. I have a Bundaberg every stream, and I hope that one day they'll sponsor my stream. Even if they just sponsored one stream, it'd be great. Even they just sent me a case of a variety of sodas. That'd be amazing. Bundy is so good. Their rum is god awful, though. Interesting. Rule 30 is just one of those simple rule sets that generates complex patterns, so it's a fun point of inspiration for visual noodling. Okay, got it. Thank you for explaining. Thing I referenced uses it to construct a whole audio-video production. Neat. Bolt says, Chicago is the only pizza style I'm not much of a fan of. It's just too much. Like the Chicago deep dish, I assume is what you're referring to. Yeah, I haven't had that in a long time. I used to really enjoy it. Like anytime I went to Chicago, I would get some of that. But like, it's a lot. It's like it's a different experience than like a normal pizza. I think it might be too much for me these days. I don't know, my digestive system would agree with it. Yeah, I think I want to get rid of this line, I'm pretty sure. We talked about having some shapes that are just like an outline, but I think maybe we're not going to do that actually. Let's do a save as. Okay, so I want to try to get some drop shadows in here, or at least want to see what it looks like. So I'm going to try to do it like this. So the one thing I'm worried about here is like this adds a lot of depth to a thing that is flat. And there is less depth in the elements here that like have actual physical dimension to them. So I'm just not sure about that. Like, it looks good, but it's maybe standing out too much. Offset it more. I think by offsetting it'll look deliberate rather than 3D. Maybe you're right. I'll give it a shot. Just revert. Let's take this. I want more room to work. drop this down here, and then we can make copies of the whole thing more easily. Yeah, I don't know, it's weird, like... It's hard to find a good spot to put it. I think I want to try a gray drop shadow. This is going to be a little tricky to get the effect I want, but I'm going to give it a shot. Oh, actually, almost. Oh, Just having ideas. It's fine. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. Reminds me, I had a really good, I set a follow goal for my Halloween stream, and I had a really good alert that was going to play when we hit that. But of course, we didn't hit it, surprising no one. And then I finally hit the goal off stream. Every time I've set a follower goal, I've hit it off stream, which is funny. I think that works. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you. Okay, so the one thing we are missing here, like I want to give each of these, at least some of these should have a pattern. Maybe just the rectangle? We'll experiment. But the other thing I'm missing is that squiggle, that classic squiggle. So this is going to be hard. Yeah, this is going to be really hard. I might have to do it as lines that I then smooth out by hand. By lines, I mean straight lines. That onion, welcome. Looking great, whatever it is. Thank you. We're drawing a soda machine, and this is just kind of a playful 80s graphic that's going to be on the main area of the soda machine here. So, let's see. I hate to say this, oh wait, before I do this, I should make a copy. I might leave out the squiggle. Maybe we don't need a squiggle. I know this sounds... I know it sounds bad. We might not need a squiggle. Just saying, it's a possibility. Also, like, that feels wrong. It feels out of place, and I'm not sure. Maybe like that. God, if I had drawn that with the pencil instead of the lasso tool, I'd be like, yeah, that's pretty good. I can clean that up and make it work. Oh well. We'll try it again. I'm sure it's going to come out terrible this time. Yeah, it's not quite the same. Well, it's not quite what I want, at least. Would a freehand airbrush squiggle work? I got a spray spray paint can. I'm not sure what you mean by airbrush. These are the different brush shapes I have. Could maybe do like that. Ooh. That's not bad. So maybe I'll put my fills in and then try with the brush afterwards. Thank you. Yeah, thick, like my original plan was like get the rough shape in and I would go in and give it like a thickness. But I think maybe using the brush is actually going to work better in the end. Okay, so let's figure out how I want these filled. I think this is going to be too dark, but I'm going to try it. It's kind of nice, honestly. Get away with any fun. It's just too much. It looks weird. Maybe that? Ooh, that's nice. That's great. That's perfect. Okay, I feel like we need at least one of these other shapes needs a fill. That's tempting. But I don't think it's quite right. I'm a little inclined to leave the circle white and then color both the triangles. God, I wish I had 2 undos. It's wild how challenging it feels to only have 1 undo. That's not quite right. Something feels off about it. Do you have any familiarity with the 90s UK show Art Attack? I don't think so. The name sounds kind of familiar, but I doubt I've ever seen it. Art Attack. British children's television program revolving around art, originally hosted by Neil Bucknan on CITV. 1990 to 2007. Both triangles should be different colors. Yeah. I'm kind of thinking that too. Let's try maybe this one darker and then this one something a little lighter. That's not terrible. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. It's giving me big Art Attack vibes with all the shapes. Nice. What if the squiggle was a lot larger and served as a background for the shapes? Interesting thought. So, shoot, can I remember what I was doing with the squiggle? Oh, we should copy this again. The main concern with making something bigger in the background is like we don't have space for that. I guess we could maybe get away with it if it's in the background. But I feel like I like this, the way this is gonna look. So let's keep going until we're got some patterns clashing here. I'm gonna make a few attempts. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. I'm into that. Let's make this just a touch longer. Yeah. I think that's pretty solid. Thank you, thank you. All right. I like this. The next question is, do we want a pattern back here instead of white? The trickiest thing is it might clash with the drop shadow, but we're going to try it. Let's see if I adjust this a little bit. Okay, the pattern lines up much better. That's pretty nice, I think. Into what? The music from Sam and Max? I'm confused by your comment. I don't know what into what was a... Oh, said you're into it. Okay, got it. I mean, that too. All right. This is great. I'm very happy. I think I want to experiment a little bit more with like the outer frame. I think might work better in black. Let's move some things around here. I want to keep this shape. I want to make another copy of this. That's too dark, I think. That's too dark. It might be better to... the way the pattern lines up over here is weird. Otherwise, I like that. It might be better to get this in the game and see how it looks before we make this decision. Oh, actually, I can fix that pattern clashing by moving the art around. Yeah, but now I have it on the other side. Let's see if there's anywhere I can get it so it looks good on both sides. I don't know if that'll be possible. Yeah, I don't think it is. I could do this. Just expand the whole thing 1 pixel. How can I... this. Oh, can I not draw a white line? That's rude. Okay. I'll just fix it the hard way. Yes, that was a Bundaberg you spied, Verdant Tree.
Hello.
Hello, Baltimore. Thank you for the hello. Have you ever had the Christmas spice one they do? Fuck, that sounds good. No. The standard ginger beer is the only one that's available in my area. I know there's some other flavors you can get in the US. But I think I would have to order them online. I haven't come across that one. I know there's certain flavors that they don't like. If you want to get them in the US, you have to have them shipped from Australia, which is very expensive, like $40 for like 4 bottles or something. Spiced. Nothing says Christmas like Bundaberg spiced spiced ginger beer, not Christmas beer. It sounds good. Diet ginger is more spicy if you like that. Interesting. I do like that. I had heard the diet was not great. Okay, there we have no weird pattern clashing. Except for there. But maybe we don't want to fill that in. Maybe that's good like that. I think that looks good. Let's drop that in. Let's see, we got to copy that out of Super Paint. We'll see how it looks. Trick is to use one of those Aussie food snack delivery services and just buy a shit ton. We don't need this anymore. Let's see, that's Soda Machine 2. Arrow keys. So happy when the arrow keys work. Oh, I missed Cosmic Void's question, no Control Z. I missed that. What that was referring to specifically. You can undo, but only once. And in addition to that, something like changing the selection counts as an action. So that will like obliterate your ability to undo. So it's really tricky. That's why I tend to make a lot of copies of things as I'm going. Hope this looks good. So just delete that rectangle and paste in the vending machine art. little bit more of that. Yeah. Yeah. I'm pleased with this. It's always tempting. Like, it's hard to know when to stop. Like, I feel like we could do a little bit more to this scene to make it really great, but this feels like about the level of polish that we have in our other scenes. So I think this might be a good point to call it done. But let's see how it looks in the game. Close. That's exactly the opposite of what I want to do. Start. So here's our starting scene. We have our library and then our storefront. I think that's pretty good. Another thing, we should do this. Cheat items. Oh, drop the fish. Cheat items. Okay. Just make sure all the items are on the ground and not like floating in the air or anything. Oh, right. I didn't mention it, but that was another thing I spent a bunch of time on after last stream. I tweaked all the positions of these items. Once again, this is not the first time I've done this. Just to get them a little bit lower on the screen, which helps in some of the scenes somewhat. And then I think there was a reason I left some space over here, but hopefully we can squeeze our fish and our token in this area. Like, I think there might be one scene that has something that comes down here. Oh yeah, the backyard has a tree over here, so that's why I left that free. This is the Lion King soundtrack on DOS. I'm 100% sure. Yes, you are correct. Okay, so now that we have that in there, let's do some more coding. We can get the code for finding the token. Huh. There's a white pixel there that I'm confused by. Did I do that accidentally? How did that happen? Okay. All right. So up next, we're going to draw a rectangle. How big do I want this? I think I'll make it about like that. Yep. I want that transparent. So hard to get it perfect. Oh gosh. So hard. Okay, there we go. So that's the area you'll be able to click on to find the token. You can also just search. So that'll be a separate object, which is the only way you can check that it's been clicked on. And make that pen transparent as well. And then token we need to draw still. I think we already have the code for that coin return click. Yeah, if click equals coin return or text equals search. So drawing the token is probably the next thing we want to do, and the fish. Let me look at my notes. Oh, right. I have in my notes egret death. I think I'm going to move that to things to maybe do later. Like currently you get chased away by the egret, but we had talked about possibly having a death here if you do something like try to mess with the egret's nest or something like that, which I think would be good. And it seems appropriate, but I want to focus on like the important game stuff first if we can. All right, I still have not updated this code. Where was that? Oh, it was right at the top. We don't need to support put here. All right, we're going to have a point for getting the token. I can't remember if I already put that code in. I think I did. Yeah. I think that's already on my list of points. Find the bus token. Yes. What else do we have in this scene? Point for getting past the egret is still kind of tricky. I think I'm gonna think about that. So let's draw our item art for the fish and token. Oh, you know what? A handy thing I just thought of. I was talking about how I left a space on the left side because there's a scene where there's a tree there. But you'll never be able to get the fish past the egret. So it's fine for the fish to be in this corner. So that's perfect. I'll take a screenshot. I think that's like a good size. And then I just need to draw a dead fish lying on the ground. And then the token. I won't worry about screenshotting that. Like, pretty much know about what size it should be. Get hype for fish. All right. I want to start with the token because it's easier. I think I want to open up the art for the key because it's like a similar type of like, it's a flat metal object with just a small amount of depth. So I feel like that's a good reference. Like we want it to look similar to some degree. Is that under key or normal key? Probably normal key. There it is. Okay, so we redrew this one a lot, but I think our final art was this one. Huh. I'm trying to tell if there's a difference between these two. They look pretty similar. I think this size is actually about right. I mean, that's probably larger than it would realistically be, but I'm okay with that. Because it needs to... it needs to be reasonably visible and clickable. If it's too small, that's just kind of annoying. These corners look they don't look rounded enough. So I'm gonna try to, yeah, that looks weird. Small circles are so tricky in this like resolution, especially in monochrome. That's a better shape, I think, but like I don't want it to look weird next to the key. Oh, that's actually the same shape, isn't it? I'll just go with that. It's fine. You know, somewhere I have a bus token image. It's probably in one of my open tabs here. I will find it. Oh gosh, this, man. Certificate reference, we drew that so long ago. Also, I'm intentionally not showing this because, like, this is all just streaming stuff, but I can't remember what all I have open here. Oh. Someone gave me a gift sub to Dr. CDCS. Nice. Very kind of them. Oh my god, I have so many tabs open, y'all. I have a problem with tabs. I swear I had a bus token in here somewhere. Maybe I missed it. There it is. I found it. Okay. It's worth it because it's a fun little token. So I don't think we can really communicate this at this size. For some of the objects in the game, I have a close-up. Originally, I was thinking I would do that with everything, but then I decided that was too complicated to do it the way I wanted to, so I gave up on it. However, I might still do that for the I almost said PlayStation, for the Playdate version. So I don't think we'll ever see it in the World Builder version, but this is what I had in mind for the appearance of these tokens, which is very fun. It says base fare valid for 1, and then it's got a nice little bus in the middle. And Minneapolis, St. Paul on the other side. Thank you, Verdant Tree. I agree. I might need those tabs. Okay, so I think we can kind of hint at this design, just the teeniest bit. Even if it's drawing another circle in the center, and that's it. Thank you for the loon, Efton. I almost said waterbird, but let's call it by its proper name. Just gotta get the perfect circle here. Ugh. Maybe it doesn't exist. Is that about right, actually? It might be. It just looks weird. Let's try using this and then cleaning it up by hand. No, that's too... It looks weird. It's off center. I'll try this anyway. It's not terrible, but doesn't seem quite right. That looks so odd. I think it's the closest we can get to like accurate for like concentric circles. Let's try another shot at redrawing this whole thing. Let's try a slightly different outer shape. I don't really like the way this looks, but we can maybe clean it up by hand. It's not too bad. Perfect doesn't exist. Yes, thank you for the reminder. Those points look weird. Like, I should know by now that I just need to accept some things are going to look a little bit weird, but it's hard to accept. It's hard not to think, oh, maybe if I just do this a little bit different, I can find a way that it doesn't look weird. Never happens. I'm going to do one more. I promise I will settle on a token after this one. Let's try that. Actually making it into the same shape. That's funny. That looks a little bit odd, but I guess I'll follow through with it. It's funny, like I keep trying slightly different outer shapes, but every time like the inner shape is still this weird, very flat looking oval. That feels too big and it still looks weird. All right, which one's the least bad, y'all? 1, 2, 3. I think I'm leaning towards 2. You like the first one? Okay. The third one's definitely the worst. I think we can all agree on that. Another vote for 1? Okay. All right, we'll go with the first one. Thank you. Next question is, do I want any shading on this? Nope. Nah, that just looks more weird. Definitely not. Okay, all the patterns are going to line up in ways that make it look even more weird. So we'll just leave it as that. That looks perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, shit, it's 2 o'clock. No time for fish. It's a bummer. I meant to finish up half an hour ago, but I lost track of time. So... Oh, it's kind of huge compared to the coin slot, but that's okay. Honestly, I might try another shot at this off stream, but it's fine for now. Just gonna put this over here, something like that. Have you drawn the egret swooping you yet? No. This is our only egret state that we have. Actually, thank you for the reminder. So there's going to be 1 or 2 additional versions of the egret. One, it's going to be coming at you in some way. That might be just standing where it is but looking at you instead of off to the side. Or it could be something more dramatic, like it's like starting to come towards you. And then hopefully if we have time, we'll also have an egret death that is more of a like... abstract isn't the right word, but like it'll be a black screen with just like a outline of an egret attacking you. For one, I'm excited for the coins that are the size of my palms. Good. Yeah, us dying, not the egret dying. The egret is undefeatable. Oh, that ended up quite a bit bigger. It's funny. I was like, oh, I don't need to copy that. I know how big a coin needs to be. I'm gonna screenshot this just for reference if I end up drawing it one more time. Shadowgate Grim Reaper, but with an egret skull. Definitely. Okay. So let's do some quick tests of things we worked on here. wrap up. Start. South. That looks great. I love it. So the egret attacks us. Drop our fish. Go south. Now we can, let's test clicking on the coin slot. In the coin return slot of the vending machine, you find a small token. It's not a normal coin. Let's pick that up. You now have the token. Great. I love that sound. Okay, so that's pretty much it. We did it. Congratulations to us. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm just looking at who all's streaming on December.com. A reminder, I will be participating in December next month, which is a fun celebration of DOS games. I'm tired. We're just gonna raid Sonneveld. It's so easy to be like, we'll just raid one of the usual people I raid and not have to think about it too much. Yeah, if you look on December right now, you can see like all the people that have signed up. Not necessarily playing DOS games this month, but still lots of great streamers to check out regardless. Next month, I will make a better effort to raid a variety of people. So next week, we have on Tuesday, I will be continuing Maupiti Island. And I fortunately managed to fix the game. I did have to use a hex editor to modify the executable, but I think I've fixed the bug. Hopefully it doesn't cause any other weird issues, but we will be able to read items. And next Friday, I'm actually going to be over on Silver's channel playing at dead of night. We're going to finally defeat Jimmy. So that's the plan for next week. Had to move some things around a little there. But thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you all very much. I hope you have a nice weekend, and we'll see you around.